静坐了，我怕影响你们休息，所以呢，最近我就自己打坐，也是反正什么时候醒了就打，因为有时差。然后一起学习一下吧。几点播的呀？我今天没有。你的眼睛是近视，不是？是这个蓝光。啥时候讲选品啊？我看一下，要不要下个周你们的周六？因为我星期天要去南美，所以我可能可以在下个周六跟你们一块儿聊聊天，然后如果有奖品的问题，我可以回答一下。哎呀，OK， 不知道这是咋回事，看不懂。这个哦，这样，好。到我的。
I'd like to welcome people to Introduction to Psychology. My name is Dr. Paul Bloom, and I'm a professor for this course. If you haven't yet picked...
好，接着学我之前学的那个一半的心理学的一个公开课。明天学校有大师课可以去上。
Most of what we do these days, our methods, our theories, our ideas, are shaped to some extent by Piaget's influence. And so what I want to do is begin this class that's going to talk about cognitive development by talking about his ideas. His idea was that children are active thinkers. They're trying to figure out the world. He often described them as little scientists. And incidentally, to know where he's coming from on this, he had a very dramatic and ambitious goal. He didn't start off because he was interested in children. He started off because he's interested in the emergence of knowledge in general. It was a discipline he described as genetic epistemology, the origins of knowledge. But he studied development of the individual child because he was convinced that this development will tell him about the development of knowledge more generally. There's a very snooty phrase that, I don't know if you've ever heard it before, it's a great phrase. It's ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. And the idea of this, what that means is that development of an individual mimics or repeats development of the species. Now, it's entirely not true, but it's a beautiful phrase. And Piaget was committed to this. He was very interested in saying, look, we'll figure out how a kid develops, and that will tell us about the development of knowledge more generally. So Piaget viewed a child as a scientist who developed these understanding, these schemas, these little miniature theories of the world. And they did this through two sorts of mechanisms: assimilation and accommodation. So assimilation would be the act of I actually want to begin by going back to Freud and hitting a couple of loose ends. There was a point in my lecture on Wednesday where I skipped over some parts. I said, we don't have time for this, and I just whipped past it. And I couldn't sleep over the weekend, been tormented. I shouldn't have skipped that. And I want to let me tell you why I skipped it. The discussion I skipped was a discussion of why we would have an unconscious at all. So I was talking about the scientifically respectable ideas of Freud, and I want to talk about some new ideas about why there could be an unconscious. Now, the reason why I skipped it is I'm not sure this is the best way to look at the question. As we will learn throughout the course, by far the vast majority of what our brains do the vast majority of what our minds do is unconscious, and we're unaware of it. So the right question to ask may not be, why are some things unconscious, but rather, why is this tiny subset of mental life, why is this conscious? On the other hand, these claims about the utility of unconsciousness, I think, are provocative and interesting, so I just wanted to quickly share them with you. So the question is, from an evolutionary standpoint, why would an unconscious evolve? And an answer that some psychologists and biologists have given is deception. So most animals do some deception. And deception, defined broadly, is simply act or be in some way that fools others into believing or thinking or responding to something that's false. There's physical examples of deception. When threatened, chimpanzees, their hair stands up on end, and that makes them look bigger, to fool others into thinking they're more dangerous than they are. There's an anglerfish at the bottom of the ocean that has a rod sticking up from the top of its head with a lure to capture other fish, to fool them in thinking that this is something edible, and then to themselves be devoured. But humans, primates in general, but particularly humans, are masters of deception. We use our minds and our behaviors and our actions continually to try to trick people into believing what's not true. We try to trick people, for instance, into believing that we're tougher, smarter, sexier, more reliable, more trustworthy, and so on, than we really are. And a large part of social psychology concerns the way in which we present. This class today is about language, and language is to a large extent where the action is. The study of human language has been the battleground over different theories of human nature. So every philosopher or psychologist or humanist or neuroscientist who has ever thought about people has had to make some claim about the nature of language and how it works. I'm including here people like Aristotle and Plato, Hume, Locke, Freud, and Skinner. I'm also including modern-day approaches. Two follow-ups on Monday's lecture. One is that somebody came up after class and asked when the preference for your own language emerges in development. And fortunately, Colleen McCrink studies pretty much exactly this sort of infant understanding. She knew the answer. There's been studies looking at newborn babies, finding that pretty much the moment they pop out, they favor their own language over other languages. And this suggests that they are listening while in utero, while in the womb, to the rhythms of their language and developing a preference for it. A second issue is I talked very briefly about a court case in which the person was said at a moment where someone else was pointing a gun at a police officer, let him have it. And a police officer was killed, and that person was charged with murder. But I admitted I didn't actually know how things turned out, and Greg Lown was kind enough to do extensive research, or he went to Wikipedia, and find out the answer. The answer is he was tried and found guilty for murder. He was then subsequently the answer is he was finding that pretty much the moment they pop out, they favor their own. Tried and found guilty for murder. He was then subsequently pardoned. In fact, he was pardoned in 1988, which is really nice, except he was executed in 1957. But he did make it into a movie. Okay, so what I want to do today for the first part of the lecture is continue the language lecture and then move to perception, attention, and memory. And what we had spoken about was, we first talked about universals of language, then moved to some detail about the different aspects of language, including phonology, morphology, and syntax. We discussed the ways in which language does the amazing things it does, including the fact that languages use arbitrary signs or sounds to convey concepts, and that languages exploit a combinatorial system, including recursion, to put together these symbols into a virtually limitless set of meaningful sentences. We then talked about development and made some remarks about the developmental time course, talking about the emergence of language from babies to where babies are really good at learning language to you, who are not, whose brains have atrophied, whose language capacities are dead. Final issue is to shift to animals. Now that we know something about language, we could then ask, do animals possess the same sort of language, and if not, can they learn it? Now, there is absolutely no doubt at all that non-human animals possess communication systems. This has been known forever, and is not a matter of controversy. And if you want to use the term language to mean communication, then the answer is obviously yes. In a more technical, narrow sense, as anything that has the properties that we discussed earlier, using English and ASL and Spanish and so on as our background, the answer is almost certainly no. Animal and communication systems fall into sort of one of three categories. Either there's a finite list of calls. So vervet monkeys, for instance, have a small list of calls to convey different warnings, like attack from a snake or attack from a leopard. There's a continuous analog signal. So bee dance, for instance, works on this way. Bee dance communicates the location of food sources, but doesn't do it in any syntactically structured way. Rather, the intensity of the dance corresponds to the richness of the food source. And then you get things like random variation on a theme, such as birdsong. But what you don't find, in any real sense, is phonology, morphology, syntax, combinatorial systems, or arbitrary names. Now, this much is not particularly controversial. There gets to be a lot of controversy, though. This is a summary about non-human communication systems. It gets more controversial when we get to famous cases of primates trained by humans, such as Kanzi, Nim Chimpsky, and other famous primates that you may well have seen on the Discovery Channel and other venues. And this is fairly controversial. If you read the gray text, continuous analog signal. So bee dance, for instance, works on this way. Bee dance communicates the location of food sources, but doesn't do it in any syntactically structured way. Rather, the intensity of the dance corresponds to the richness of the food source. And then you get things like random variation on a theme, such as birdsong. But what you don't find, in any real sense, is phonology, morphology, syntax, combinatorial systems, or arbitrary names. Now, this much is not particularly controversial. There gets to be a lot of controversy, though. This is a summary about non-human communication systems. It gets more controversial when we get to famous cases of primates trained by humans, such as Kanzi, Nim Chimpsky, and other famous primates that you may well have seen on the Discovery Channel and other venues. And this is fairly controversial. If you read the Gray textbook, while nothing in it is particularly inaccurate, I think Gray is actually a little bit too credulous, too believing in the claims that have been made about the abilities of the animals. So many scientists argue, for instance, that animals like kanzi, even if they can be said to be learning words at all, learn very few of them. And it takes them extensive years of training to learn, unlike a normally developing child who could learn a word in a day or a word in an hour. The utterances often have order, but this order tends to be very limited and lacks the recursive properties. And in fact, the lack of recursion not controversial. Finally, the utterances of chimpanzees, trained chimpanzees, are extremely repetitive. So what you often see on TV and in documentaries is a sort of a sampling. And the sampling could often be very impressive. But if you take just what they say at random, it tends to look like this. This is typical chimpanzee utterances just taken at random. Nim, eat. Drink, eat, me, nim. Me, gum, tickle, me, nim, play. Me, eat. Me, banana, me, you give. Banana, me, eat. Give, orange, me, give, eat, orange, me, eat, orange. Lila Gleitman once commented that if any normally developing child spoke like this, his parents would rush him screaming to a neurologist. There's a broader question here, which is, why would we ever expect a chimpanzee to learn a human language? We don't normally expect one species to have the capacities associated with another species. So bats use echolocation to get around, and some birds navigate by the stars, but there's not an active research program seeing if cats can use echolocation or dogs can navigate by the stars. And I think one reason why you might be tempted to think, well, of course chimps must be able to learn language, is because you might be caught in the grips of some bad ideas about language. So one idea is you might say, look, chimps should use language because chimps are so smart. But the response to this is, they are smart, but we know that smart isn't enough. We know that the human capacity for language is not totally a result of smartness. There are smart children who, due to some deficit in their language capacity, don't speak or understand the language. So the smartness of chimpanzees does not in itself demonstrate that they should be able to learn language. You might also point out correctly that chimps are our nearest evolutionary relatives, which is right. So one would expect, on the face of it, it's not unreasonable to expect us to share a lot of abilities with them. On the other hand, we split from them a long time ago. And plainly humans are different from chimps. And there was 5 million years either way, and that's more than enough time for language capacity to evolve. Now, none of this is to say that the study of non-human communication systems isn't interesting. From my own, this is my personal opinion I'll raise here. From my own opinion, the study of the attempts to try to teach chimpanzees or gibbons or gorillas a human language like ASL are misguided. It would be as if a team of monkeys kidnapped a human child and tried to train him how to hoot like a monkey. It might be enjoyable, but it does not seem to give us any rich insights. What I think is a lot more interesting is the study of these animal communication systems in the wild. There's a linguistics of human language. that has delineated the principles that underlie all human languages, it's extraordinarily interesting to attempt the same linguistic program to the other communication systems used in the wild, such as the cries of vertebrate monkeys and bee dance. So this brings the section on language to a close, but I want to tell you a few things we didn't talk about. One of the problems with an intro to psych course is we have to whip through a lot of topics very fast. So if you were to take a course that focused directly on language, you might learn, for instance, more about language in the brain. Something touched about very briefly in the textbook, but something that has a large literature associated with it. Similarly, and related to this, there's language disorders. Disorders like aphasias, and disorders like specific language impairment and dyslexia. There's the study of language perception and production. How is it that we do this amazing feat of understanding and producing words in a fraction of a second? Where does that ability come from? There's a study of reading, which is in many ways different from the study of language. Remember when Darwin described language as an instinct? He carefully distinguished it from other things that don't come natural to us, including reading. And in fact, reading is difficult. Reading is a cultural invention. Not every human has it. And unlike language, reading is acquired with tremendous difficulty over many years. On the other hand, reading plainly intersects with language. It's a new way of conveying language, moving out from speech to writing. And the psychology and neuroscience of reading is thus very interesting. There's bilingualism and multilingualism. The questions people in this room typically are going to be interested in is, does it matter for how well you learn language, whether you're learning 1 or 2 or 3 or 4? How is it that a multilingual encodes all these different languages inside a single brain, and so on? Finally, a very hot issue is that of the relationship between language and thought. And I'm actually, a few years ago, I taught an entire seminar called Language and Thought, devoted to precisely this question. And it's a cool question, and it could break up into 2 very general questions. One is language necessary for abstract thought? And one way to answer that question is to look at creatures without language, like babies and chimpanzees, and see how smart they are. It might be that they're very smart, in which case it would suggest you don't need language for abstract thought. On the other hand, it might be that they have certain cognitive limitations, which would suggest that language is essential for abstract thought. Then there's a related question. Even once you know a language, does the structural properties of the language that you know affect the way you think? And the claim that the language you know affects how you think is sometimes described as linguistic relativity, or the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. So for instance, there's a lot of research looking at speakers of different languages, such as English versus Korean, and seeing whether structural differences in these languages affect how you think. Now, some of this work is discussed in the readings, both the Gray textbook and the selections from the Norton Anthology, and this makes up, again, I showed this to you Monday, your reading response, where you have to address this question and take your best shot at answering it. What are your questions about language? Yes. The question was raised, some people learn languages easier than others. And how do we explain this? And the answer is, you could ask the question both with regard to first language learning. So some children learn language very quickly. Some are very slow. And also with regard to second language learning. Some of you are breezing through your second language requirement here at Yale. Others are struggling and miserable. And there's considerable variation. There's the story of Einstein, who was very slow to learn language and didn't speak at all until he was 4. And in fact, he said his first words when all of a sudden he was having supper with his parents, and he put down the spoon and he said, "The soup is too hot." And his parents stared at him astonished and said, "You've never spoken before." And he said, "Well, up to now, everything's been fine." It's not a true story. The question of why and where these differences come from, nobody really knows. And it's surprisingly hard. There's a slight advantage for being female. Girls are slightly more advanced in language than boys, but it's not a big one. And you need like 100 people to just see it statistically. There's a big genetic factor. If your parents learned language quickly and learn other languages quickly, you're more likely to. But an understanding of the brain bases of these differences, or the cognitive bases, or the social bases, is largely an open question. Yes? Yeah? This is actually more the norm around the world than the situation in the United States where kids are exposed to a single language. What happens is children learn both languages. Children are very good, as adults are, of distinguishing different languages on the basis of their sound system and their rhythms. So they don't typically confuse them. And then they just learn more than one language. And that's actually more the average state of affairs around the world. Yes?
You said that people with right kids learn language in more areas of brain, but you never really fully explained what happens with left-handed people and people of other languages. How that affects
The question is about the hemispheric specialization for language. And I don't have actually much more to say than what I said before, which I agree is deeply unsatisfying. If you're right-handed, language is probably on the left side of your brain. How many people here are left-handed? For you, we don't know. It varies. Some of you have it on the left side, some of you have it on the right side. For some of you, it's kind of diffuse. Now, why is this? And in fact, why are some people right-handed and others left-handed in the first place? Those are really good questions. Yes? Yes. I'll answer that question. Unfortunately, it's going to be the last one, and then I'll go to vision. The question is, does learning more than one language cause you to learn them slower than just learning one language? And it would stand to reason that it would. There's a finite amount of mental resources. If I'm just learning English, I use all of it for English. If I'm learning English and Spanish, I kind of got a split, and you'd expect them to be each learned slower. It's one of the surprises of the study of language development that common sense view does not appear to be true. Children learning more than one language seem to show no deficit relative in each of their languages relative to a child learning just one language. In other words, if I'm just learning English and I'm a kid, and you're learning English and Spanish and you're a kid, you'll reach the milestones in English the same time I will. Your extra learning of Spanish doesn't seem to affect you. There doesn't need to be any detriment for learning multiple languages. Another question which comes up is there any cognitive deficit? In other words, some people have argued that learning multiple languages sometimes harms children in certain ways. This is a claim that's been made in Quebec, for instance, over the debate over how children should be taught English and French. It does not appear to be the case. There appears to be, as far as we know, no downside to learning many languages when you're young. Does that answer your question? I want to move now to the topic that will take us through today and through the beginning of next week. Perception, attention, and memory. And I'm putting them together instead of treating them as separate lectures, because there's a sense in which they're the same story. You see a scene, you see this scene, and you're looking at it, and you're perceiving it. It's coming through your eyes, and you're interpreting it. You see something. You see a man, you see a house. If you were to shut your eyes, you could still hold that scene in memory. And a week later, if I'm to ask you about that, like what season was it, you would do pretty well. This is the story I want to talk about, how we do this. And in the course of this, I want to make a series of claims that go something like this. For perception, I want to first persuade you the problem of perception is hard. And that successful perception involves educated and unconscious guesses about the world. For attention, I want to suggest that we attend to some things and not others, and we miss a surprising amount of what happens in the world. For memory, there are many types of memory. The key to memory is organization and understanding, and you can't trust some of your memories. How many of you remember where you were at 9/11? Many of you are wrong. And I am never going to persuade you of this, because you have certain memories, and you could tell the story. Everybody could tell the story, where they were when the towers went down. But clever psychologists on September 12th said, let's do a study. And they asked people, where were you yesterday when you heard the news? And they told them. And then they went back to them later, a year later, 2 years later, and said, tell me about what happened September 11th. And we said, I remember totally where I was. I have a very and often the story was wrong. There's a lot like that, which we're going to talk about. And the biggest moral then, so I put it in really big print, we are often wrong about our experiences, both of the present and of right now. So let's start with perception. There's a story. I went to graduate school at MIT, and there was a story there about Marvin Minsky, who's the AI guru. He, if you've heard of the phrase artificial intelligence, that was him. And if you heard the claim that people are nothing more than machines made of meat, also him. Well, there's a story where he was doing work on robotics, and he was interested in building a robot that could do all sorts of cool things. That's like a robot. And the story goes, the robot had to, had to see the world. It had to be able to pick up things and recognize people and see chairs and navigate its way. And Minsky said, that's a tough problem. It's going to take a graduate student a whole summer to figure it out. And he assigned it to a graduate student for a summer project. Visual psychologists, perception psychologists love that story, because the study of computer vision and robotics vision and the attempts to make machines that can identify and recognize objects has been a profound failure. There is, at this point, no machine on Earth that could recognize people and objects and things at the level of, a really dumb 1-year-old. And the reason why is that it's a much harder problem than anybody could have expected. Well, what makes it such a hard problem? Well, one reason why you might think it's an easy problem is you say, okay, we have to figure out the problem of how people see. Well, here's what we do. You're over there, and here's your eye, and somehow it has to get to this television monitor, and then you look at it, and that'll solve the problem of how you see. So sometimes people say, hey, I hear the eye flips things upside down. I guess this guy's going to have to get used to looking at things upside down. That's an interesting problem. No, that's not the way to look at it, because that doesn't answer any questions. That just pushes the question back. Fine. How does he see? We're not answering anything. Similarly, although the Terminator's view of the world may correspond to that, that doesn't solve any problem about how he actually sees. So he has all these numbers shooting out there. Well, he has to read the numbers. He has to see this. This is my iTunes. That's in that version. Here's the right way to think about perception. You got the eye, which is very ugly and bloody, and then around here you have the retina. And the retina is a bunch of nerve cells. And the nerve cells fire. That's for some stimulus and not others. And from this array of firings, firing, not firing, firing, not firing, you have to figure out what the world is. So a better view is like this. The firings of the neurons could be viewed as an array of numbers. You have to figure out how to get from the numbers to objects and people, and to actions and events. And that's the problem. It's made particularly a difficult problem because the retina is a two-dimensional surface. And you have to infer a 3D world from a two-dimensional surface. And this is, from a mathematical point of view, impossible. And what this means is that for any two-dimensional image, there's an indefinite number of three-dimensional images that correspond to it. So for instance, suppose you have this on your retina, an array of like shape like that. What does that correspond to in the world? Well, it could correspond to a thing just like that you're looking for, or it could correspond to a square that's tilted backwards. And so you have to figure out which is which. And the way we solve this problem is that we have unconscious assumptions about how the world works. Our minds contain certain assumptions about how things should be that enable us to make educated guesses from the two-dimensional array onto the three-dimensional world. And I purposefully did not make the slides available for this class ahead of time because I don't want people to cheat. But there are several points where you could look at the slides and confirm that some of the things I'm going to tell you are actually true. And I want to give you three examples. One is color. And I'm going to conflate here color and brightness. The other is objects, the other is depth. First, the problem of color. How do you tell a lump of coal from a snowball? Well, that's a lump of coal, and that's a snowball. It's from Google Images. How do you know which is which? Well, a lump of coal, you say, is black, and the snowball is white. How do you know? Well, maybe you have on your retina responds to sort of color that hits it. It's oversimplified, but let's assume that this is true. So this is black coming out, and that's white, and that's how you tell. But in fact, that can't be right. It can't be right because objects' color is not merely a matter of what material they're made of, but of the amount of light that hits it. So as I walk across the stage, I fall into shadow and light. And none of you screams out, Professor Bloom is changing colors. Rather, you automatically factor out the change in illumination as this is happening. And this could actually be quite striking. So you see this display over here. Take a look at those two blocks. I take it you see this one as lighter than that one. You do. You might imagine this is because this strip is lighter than this. But it isn't. They're the same. And you won't believe me until you actually print it out and take a look. But they are, in fact, the same. I'll show it to you, and you could say I'm tricking you. But this is the way it works. There's the close-up. So remember, we're comparing this and this. Now let's take away other parts of the environment. And you'll see they're the same. Now you say, but hold it, this can't be the same as this. But the answer goes like this. We know shadows make surfaces darker. We don't know this like, hey, here's something I know. Rather, we know this in that it's wired up in our brains. So when we see a surface in shadow, we automatically assume that it's lighter than it looks, and we see it as lighter. And you could show this by removing the hues to the shadow. You see it as it really is. And this is an illustration of how the information to your eyes is just one bit of information. That the degree of light coming from a single source is one bit of information that you use to calculate certain assumptions and come to a conclusion. Here's a different kind of example. Objects. You see this, and you automatically and intuitively segment it into different objects. You segment it into a man and a house and birds and trees. How do you do this? It turns out to program a computer to segment a scene into different objects is hugely difficult. And the question of how we do it is, to some extent, unknown. But one answer to this question is, there are certain cues in the environment that are signals that you're dealing with different objects. And these cues are often described as Gestalt principles. So one example is proximity. When you see things that are close to each other, you're more likely than not to assume that they belong to the same thing. There's similarity. That display could correspond to an indefinite number of objects, but you naturally tend to see it as two. You do one with one texture pattern, the other with the other texture pattern. Closure. The fact that this is a closed square here suggests it's a single object. Good continuation. If you had to judge, this could just as well be two shapes. One that runs from A to C, the other one that runs from D to B. But you don't tend to see it that way. Rather, you tend to see it as one that runs from A to B, the other one that runs from C to D. Common movement. If things move together, they're a single object. And good form. You see the object over there. In the absence of any other information, you might be tempted to say that's a single thing. A plus sign, maybe. This, because it has lousy form, you're more tempted to say it's two things, one thing lying on top of each other. And these are the sort of cues, expectations. None of them are right. There's cases where they could all fool you. But these are useful cues that guide our parsing of the world, our segmenting of the world into distinct objects. Here they are summarized. And here's a case where they fool you. So you might think, if you're suggestible, that there's a triangle here. And this is a case where there's certain cues driving you to think that there's a triangle here. There is, however, no triangle here. If you cover up these little Pac-Men here, the triangle goes away. Similarly, there is no square in the middle. There is no square. It's very matrix. And these are illusions because these are cues that there should be a square there. The regularity of form. Finally, depth. You see this, and you see it on one level as a flat thing. Another level, you look inside the picture, and you see, for instance, that the man is in front of the house. You look at me, and you see the podium. And if you have a terrible neurological disorder, you see this strange creature that's half podium leading onto a chest and up to a head. That's sort of the top of him is wiggling and the podium staying still. If you are neurologically normal, you see a man walking back and forth behind a podium. How do you do that? Well, this is really a problem because I can give you a technical reason why vision is hard, but crudely, you got a two-dimensional retina and you have to figure out a three-dimensional world. How do you do it? And the answer, once again, is assumptions or cues. There's certain assumptions the visual system makes that aren't always right. And in fact, in cases of visual illusions can be wrong, but will guide you to perceive the world in a correct and accurate way. So, for example, there's binocular disparity. This is actually a sort of interesting one. This is the only depth cue that involves two eyes. If I look at you pretty close, the image I get here and the image I get here are somewhat different. Or I have to focus my eyes together to get the same image. If I look at you and back, they're almost identical. Because the further away, given the two eyes that are static, the closer the image is low. And it's not, again, that you say to yourself, oh, back there in orange, it's the same image in my right eye and my left eye. He must be far away. Rather, unconsciously and automatically, you make estimations on how far people are in depth based on binocular disparity. There's interposition. How do you know I'm in front of the podium and the podium's not in front of me? No. How do you know the podium's in front of me? Well, from where I'm standing, that's right. How do you know the podium is in front of me? Well, because, I'm walking here and then it cuts into me. And unless I'm going through a grotesque metamorphosis, what's happening is it makes sense to say I'm moving behind the podium. Interposition. You take the guy, how do you know the guy's standing in front of the house? Well, because you see all of him, and he's blocking a lot of the house. There's relative size. How far away am I? Well, if you looked at me and you had to estimate how far away I am, part of the way you'll figure that out is you know how tall a human's supposed to be. If you thought that I was 50 feet tall, you would assume I'm further away than I am. And so your judgments on size dictate your judgments about distance. Usually, this cue isn't necessary. But, if you look at the Empire State Building, if you go into a field and you see a tower, and you look, your judgment of how far away the tower is going to be depends on your knowledge of how tall a tower should be. If it's like this tall, you say, oh, it must be, and then you'd be surprised. There's texture gradient, which I'll explain in a second, and linear perspective, which I'll also explain in a second. Texture gradient goes like this. Remember the problem we had before. How do you know if that thing is this object tilted backwards or an object in and of itself? Well, the answer is things with textures will show themselves because the textures will get smaller from a distance. Now, logically, this could still be a single thing standing upright with just dots going up smaller. But the natural assumption is the reason why the dots recede in this regular fashion is because it's receding in depth. Classic illusion, the Mueller-Lawyer illusion. People will see this as longer than this. It's not. If you don't believe me, print it out and measure it. Related to the Ponzo illusion, once again, people see this one as, you get illusions named after you when you discover these. This one as longer than this. Again, it's not. What's going on here? Well, the top line looks longer, even though it isn't. And one explanation for why is these other lines in the scene cause your visual system to make guesses about distance. And then you correct for distance by making assumptions about size. If you have two lines, you get a bit more detail in a second, but if you have two lines and they take up the same amount of space on your retina, but you believe that one is 100 feet away and the other is 50 feet away, the one that's 100 feet away you will see as bigger, because your brain will say, well, if it takes up just this much space, but it's further away, it must be bigger than something that's closer. It takes up that much space. And that's what goes on here. For the top line, for the Mueller-Royer illusion, we assume that this is further away and this is closer based on the cues to distance. And the cues factored in. And because we assume that this is further away, we assume it must be bigger to take up the same space as this, which is closer. Similarly for the Ponzo illusion. There's linear perspective. Parallel lines tend to recede in distance. If this top one is further away than this, but they take up the same size in your eye, this one must be bigger, and you see it as bigger. And the book offers more details on how these illusions work. I'm going to end with an illusion that I'm not even going to bother explaining. I'll just show it to you, because you should be able to, based on thinking about these other illusions, figure it out. It was developed by Roger Shepard. And they're called Shepard tables. And the thing about it is these look like two tables. If you ask people, you don't frame in terms of here's a lecture on visual, but then you ask people, which of these tables would be easier to get through a door if you have a thin door? People say the one on the left. This one looks sort of thicker and harder to get through. This one looks longer and leaner. It's actually the same size. What I mean by that is that this Triangle is exactly the same as this triangle. Now, I'm going to prove it to you by showing you something which took me on the computer, which took me about 7 hours to do, and nobody's going to believe it because I could have faked it. But if you want, print it out and do it yourself. You just take a piece of paper, put it on here, then you move it. And it's the same. I showed it to somebody, they call me a liar. Anyway, you can do it yourself in the privacy of your own home or study. But what I'd really like you to do after you do it is say, okay, fine, why does this one look longer and thinner than this one? And the answer is the same answer that will explain the Mueller-Royer illusion, a Ponzo illusion, having to do with cues to depth and the way your mind corrects the perception of depth. And that's all I have to say at this point about perception. I want to move now to attention and memory. When I treat attention and memory together, we are fascinated with memory. And in particular, it's particularly interesting when memory goes wrong. It's particularly fascinating what happens in cases of amnesia. So, for example, I need like a volunteer who's like willing to do a little bit of acting. Very little bit. Incredibly little bit. Excellent, okay. So, you just say, so pretend you have amnesia, okay? What's your name? Perfect. I'm really glad you said that. That's the wrong answer. Because you don't have total amnesia, you still remember English. Okay, it's very clever. Okay. So you couldn't have lost all your memories. You have English. You. So we'll do you. What's your name? Ah, he looks puzzled, but he still maintains bowel and bladder control. So he hasn't forgotten everything. Now, I always lose this third volunteer in that demo. So what is it? That memory is a hugely broad concept. It includes autobiographical memory, which is what we standardly think. I mean, that's a perfectly rational response. When I say, you don't have somebody losing their memory, oh, I have a movie about somebody losing their memory, you don't imagine a person in diapers. You imagine a person, walking around having sex with cool people and saying, where am I? And so what you imagine is you imagine them losing their autobiographical memory, their sense of self. But of course, knowing English is part of your memory. And knowing how to stand, and knowing how to chew and swallow are all things that you've learned, that have been molded by experience. There's another distinction which is going to come in regarding amnesia, which is there's broadly two types of amnesia. They often run together. But one type of amnesia is you lose your memory of the past. Another type of amnesia, that's the Matt Damon amnesia. Another type of amnesia, though, is you lose the ability to form new memories. And here's a film of a man who had exactly this problem. He was a world-renowned choir director, and he suffered viral encephalitis, which led to brain damage, which destroyed most of his temporal lobes, his hippocampus, and a lot of his left frontal lobe. It could have been worse. I mean, in that he retains the ability to talk. He's not intellectually impaired. He just can't form new memories. And so he lives in this perpetual now where just nothing affects him. And he feels, this does not always happen. There's more than one of these cases. And it doesn't always happen like this. But he feels continually reborn at every moment. And we'll return to this and then ask what's going on here. But there's a few themes here. I want to, before getting into detail about memory, I want to review some basic distinctions in memory when we talk about memory. So, crudely, you can make a distinction between sensory memory, short-term memory, which is also known as working memory and long-term memory. Sensory memory is a residue in your senses. There's a flash of lightning you might see an after image. That after image is your sensory memory. There's somewhat of a longer echoic memory for sounds. So as somebody's talking to you, even if you're not paying attention, you'll store a few seconds of what they're saying, which is sometimes when somebody's talking to you and you're not listening to them. And they say, you're not listening to me. You say, no, you were talking about, and pick up the last couple of seconds from echoic memory. There's short-term memory. Anybody remember what I just said? If you did, that short-term memory spans for a few minutes. And then there's long-term memory. Anybody know who Elvis is? Do you know your name? You know where you live? Your long-term memory store that you walk around with, and you're not going to lose right away. When we think about amnesia in the movie sense, we think of a certain loss of long-term memory associated with autobiographical personal events. There's a distinction between implicit and explicit, which we'll talk about in more detail, but explicit, crudely, is what you have conscious access to. So, what you had for dinner last night. You could think back and say, I had this for dinner last night. Implicit is more unconscious. What the word had means. How to walk, how to ride a bicycle. That you might not be able to articulate, might not even be conscious of, but still have access to. There's a distinction between semantic memory and episodic memory. Semantic memory is basically facts. What a word means, what's the capital of Canada, and so on. Episodic is autobiography, is what happened to you. That Yale is in New Haven. Is semantic. That you went on vacation away from New Haven last week, it would be episodic. There is encoding, storage, and retrieval, which refers to different levels of what happens in memory. Encoding is getting the memory in.
OK， 好，待会儿等到搞差不多就可以吃饭了。
As when you study for a test or you have an experience, and storage is holding the memory, and retrieval is getting the memory out. Finally, retrieval is often broken conveniently into recall versus recognition, where recall is when you just pull it out of memory, and recognition is when you recognize what corresponds to something in the past. Anybody remember what color tie I had on 2 days ago? Oh, okay. Well, that would be impossible to remember. But if I asked you, is it purple or is it orange? That would be much easier. Now, you could break up crudely the memory into stages. So you start with sensory memory. It's just the stuff that comes in, leading to short-term. Leading to long-term. And this stage theory is something which we'll discuss in more detail. But this leads us to the issue of attention. How do you get memory from your sensations, from what you're hearing? I'm speaking to you and you're hearing me. How does it ever get in to the other systems? What decides what's remembered and what's not? There's all sorts of things happening to you. The seat of your chair is pressing against your butt. You think, oh, I want to remember this forever. The seat's pressing against my butt. You know, your neighbor is exuding a certain sort of smell. You're thinking about something. Your eyes follow. Not everything gets in memory. You go mad if you try to remember everything. You can't. So what determines what gets into memory? Well, one answer is attention does. And attention could be crudely viewed as a flashlight, a spotlight on experience that willing. zooms in on something and makes it memorable. Attention has certain properties. Some things come from attention to attention effortlessly and automatically. Here's an example. You're going to see an array of letters here. One of them is going to be green. When you see the green one, please clap. No, not this green one. There's got to be another slide. Okay, you're ready now. Okay. Now, find not that O, but there's going to be an O. When you see it, clap. Okay. Sometimes it's work. Find the red O. It's harder. Sometimes attention is involuntary. I need a volunteer, and all I want to do is I want to show you colors on the screen, and I'd like you to name the colors as they come out. You up for this? Oh. The first one's easy. You have to just go down the colors. Anybody? Okay.
Red, green, blue, black, green, blue, red, blue, black, red.
Excellent. Okay. Now these will be words, but just name. Okay, you. Just name the colors.
Green, red, blue, red, green, black, red, blue.
Perfect. Now we'll go back to you. Same deal. Words.
Red, blue, green.
No. Don't. I know you can read the colors.
Blue, green, red, green, black, blue, black, red. Blue, black, red, black.
Very good, actually. That's known as Stroop effect. Being an expert reader, as you are, your knowledge of reading, your attention to what the words meant, subverted your desire to do the task. You couldn't make that go away even if you wanted to. If somebody gave you $1,000 to read this as fast as you read this, and as fast as you read this, you'd be unable to. You can't block it. There's some interesting discoveries about attention. I have a demonstration here. I'd like people actually, it's important, some of you may have seen this before. It's important for you to be silent throughout it. What you're going to see is you're going to see two teams of basketball players. One of them is going to have white t-shirts. The other one will have black t-shirts. They'll be passing balls back and forth. What I'd like you to do is count in your head how many passes the white team does with the ball. What number did people get? Okay. Did anybody notice anything unusual? Did anybody not notice anything unusual? Okay, some people did not notice anything unusual. Those who didn't see anything unusual, watch this again and just watch it. About 50% of people, when counting, who have never seen this before, don't notice anything. But then when you're not counting, it's kind of obvious what you're missing. And this is one demonstration among many of the the fact that when you're attending to something, you have a very small window of attention and you lose the focus on other things. Here's another different example. I'd like people to watch a movie and pay attention very closely to what happens in the movie and try to remember this. How many of you something odd in that movie? How many of you didn't? Okay, now everybody look at the scarf, the color of the plates, and the food, among other things. The phenomena in general has been called change blindness. And what it is we tend to be, when there's a focus of attention, focused in a certain way, we tend to be oblivious to other things that go on in the environment. Often, it is in fact quite difficult when there's a change in scene to notice what changes and what stays the same. So, in this final demo, there's just going to be two pictures flicking. Could you clap when you see what's different between the two pictures? I myself am terrible at these things. I have a lot of sympathy. How many people never saw it? It's very impressive. One more time of a different one.
Change blindness is a failure to notice a difference between what's there right now and what was there a moment ago.
Scientists such as Daniel Simons from the University of Illinois have spent years devising experiments testing just how perceptive and unperceptive humans actually are.
So we feel like we're aware of everything, that we're taking in all of the details, and that if something unimportant happens, we'll automatically notice it. It'll capture our attention. The reality is that we often don't notice unexpected things because we're aware of far less of our world than we think we are.
So how much or how little are we actually aware of? We decided to recreate one of Simon's most famous experiments to see for ourselves. Here's the setup. Our senior series producer, Vin, poses as a lost pedestrian and asks a passerby for directions.
Excuse me? I'm looking for the skyline.
Then, we break the two up, walking through them holding a large sheet of wood. Now watch as I replace Vin. You might think people would notice the switch, but almost half the time, they didn't. Of course, that means more than half the time they did. We only tried the experiment 9 times, and by no means was it good science. But we were surprised 4 people didn't notice the switch. In Simon's original experiment, 7 out of 15 people didn't either. So what determines whether or not you can figure out the switch?
When you look at another person and you encode what's relevant for what you're doing right then, in that case, giving directions, and you don't pay attention to the details that are irrelevant, say what color their shirt is or exactly how tall they are. As long as you are able to make sense of the meaning of the scene and roughly the main categories of that person, say their height, their age, what race they are, what sex they are, as long as those important things don't change, the meaning of the scene really hasn't changed and you're not going to notice that anything's different.
Scientists have documented inattentional and change blindness since the 1970s, and while they allow you to focus your attention, this failure to see every detail can prove costly. Drivers often cause accidents because they overlook quick changes to their environments, such as pedestrians or cyclists. Faulty memories can wreak havoc during eyewitness testimony.
The goal of vision isn't to build a photograph or a complete model of the world in your mind. The goal of vision is to make sense of the meaning of the world around you. Being aware of our limitations can help us adapt and compensate for them, allowing us to do things that prevent the really negative consequences that can happen due to failures of awareness.
For example, Simons thinks that people might be willing to put away their cell phone when driving if they just understood the limits to their attention. Juries might realize that eyewitness testimony is far from ideal. And the next time you and a friend are fighting about the details of a past event, it's likely you're both wrong. Now that's something to remember.
Did anybody not see it? Be honest. I'll give you another try. Okay, I'll put you out of your misery. This is work by Dan Simons, and it's part of an extraordinarily interesting body of work on what's known as change blindness. And what this means is, the phenomena is, we have a very narrow focus of attention, and huge changes can happen that we are oblivious to. This is why in movies there are so much difficulty with continuity changes. Dan Simons is also famous for having brought this outside of the laboratory. In some classic experiments, I'm trying to get the film corresponding to them, what he did was he did this great study in the Cornell campus where he was, where what would happen is they would get some unsuspecting person walking through campus, and some guy would come over and say, "Excuse me, sir, I'm lost. Could you help me with directions?" And have a map. And then the person would say, "Sure." And then there'd be 2 construction workers holding a door. And these guys were going to rudely bump between these 2 characters. And then the experimenter gets switched with another guy. So now when these 2 guys walk away, the subject is standing there with an entirely different person. What's interesting is nobody notices. They notice if the person changes sexes. Didn't you used to be a woman? And they notice if the experimenter changes races. But most other changes they're oblivious to. There's another experiment. I think Brian Scholl did this one, but it may have been Dan Simons, where what happens is subject comes into the lab. They say, you got to do an experiment with us. You need to sign a human subject form. Hands in the form. Experimenter. The subject signs the form. Experimenter takes the form, says, thank you, I'll put it down here. Goes down here, and then a different person pops up. People don't notice. And there's a certain level in which we're oblivious to changes. What's weird is we don't think we are. We think we see the world as it is. And we don't notice that when we're attending to something, everything else gets blanked out. And so about 50% of people who have never seen this demo before, the gorilla demo, they don't notice the gorilla. And you couldn't imagine anything more obvious. The gorilla study was actually done a very long time ago. And it was originally done in a different way. But I'll show it to you just because this is the original study. And now that you all know what to expect, oh, not that one. Oops. No. That's actually, if you looked at that quickly, it's a current Yale professor. Oh, I'm never going to get my DVD back. Anyway, I'll show you the other demo on next week. I will. Any questions about attention and memory at this point? Yeah.
Why is it that people, once you know how to read, you look at a word and you cannot well read it?
Yeah. Why does it work that way? Why do things that become very practiced become automatic and involuntary? It's a good question. I don't know. We know that they do. We know that once you that you can't not read once you know how to read. You also can't not listen. If I'm talking to you and I'm extremely boring, but I'm talking to you, it's very hard not to listen. You can't shut off your ears. You can put your fingers in them, but you can't shut off your ears. You also can't shut your eyes without actually shutting them. You can't say, this is a disgusting movie. I'm not going to attend to it. So that's not answering your question. It's just saying that when you're good at something and you're over, you can put your fingers in them, but you can't shut off yours. You also can't shut your eyes without actually shutting them. You can't say, this is a disgusting movie. I'm not going to attend to it. So that's not answering your question. It's just saying that your observation is a right one and a more general one. When you're good at something and you're over-practiced, it becomes involuntary and you cannot stop it. Okay, well, one more in back. Yes. Well, no, sorry, over there. Yeah. Did he remember things before his accident? Yes. He had some amnesia of events before his accident, but he did remember things, like he knew his name and he knew other things about his life. Okay, I'll see you next week. I'll begin the class officially with a different sort of demonstration. I want to just show you one of the change blindness studies that has been done in the real world. And these videotapes are not available publicly, but you get them from the web and see them as little JavaScripts. So this is one of the first studies done by Dan Simons when he was at Cornell. And his advisor at the time was our Frank Kyle, who's now in our department. So here's the study. And you don't notice it. Change blindness is one of the more striking phenomena discovered by laboratory scientists and by psychologists. But it's important to realize, to get away from the sort of surprise of the gorilla and the fact that it's hard to see the object that's flickering, and appreciate the big moral of this, because the big moral of this is actually, I think, striking and quite important. You think right now that you're perceiving the world. I look down on you and I think I have a whole sense of where everybody is. I can't see everybody perfectly in back, you're kind of far away and blurry, but there's a sense in which I have a world around me. Similarly, if I'm to close my eyes for a second, everything just remains, and I can sort of remember some of the things that are there. That's really good sound localization by me. So you're looking up, and you think you have a sense of the world, both in perception and memory. The change blindness experiment suggests that this isn't true. The change blindness experiment suggests that if you look at me for a second, and during that second, all of your classmates change positions, including those next to you, you are extremely unlikely to notice. The change blindness experiment suggests that if you turn your eyes away from me towards there for a second and turn back, and I'm dressed entirely differently, you wouldn't notice. The exceptions would be if you told yourself consciously, remember what this guy's wearing. He's wearing this, that, and another. But if you don't do it consciously, you'll lose it. And usually, this is okay. Usually it's okay because your memory and your visual system exploits a basic fact about the universe, which is that most things stay the same most of the time. I don't have to explicitly remember that you're over there when I turn my head for a second, because you'll be over there in any case. You don't need to hold precise representations of the world. And so you only notice it in certain clever circumstances. One sort of clever circumstance is when psychologists change reality, as in the change blindness studies. A second sort of circumstance is in movies. So one of the big surprises when people started making movies involving cuts was it is extremely difficult to get everything continuously right. And you need to work very hard to notice. So there's all these continuity errors that creep up into movies. And you have to be a film buff or writing it down to even notice this. And the overall moral here then is that your perception of reality is a lot more sparse, a lot more limited than you might think it is. So this is where we were at the end of last class. We were talking about the different sorts of memories. Sensory memory, which is a sort of fraction of a second of sensory residue, what you're hearing and what you're seeing. Working memory, short-term memory, and then long-term memory. And we talked last class about how things get into sensory memory, into working memory, the role of attention, and in fact the change blindness studies are actually just studies of how something gets from your senses to your consciousness, and what does and what doesn't. Now I want to move to the distinction between working memory, short-term memory, and long-term memory. Now, the obvious distinction is actually just, in fact, is storage differences. So, long-term memory, or LTM, has a huge storage capacity. This is your memory like the hard drive of your computer. This is the memory you walk around with. It includes all the words in English, just for example, 60, 80,000 words. It includes everybody you've ever met. Languages, faces, stories, locations, nursery rhymes, songs, TV programs. Nobody knows the storage. It is not true that you remember everything that has ever happened to you. There's no reason to believe that this is true. At the same time, though, you have a huge amount stored in your brain in long-term storage. And nobody actually, it has to be limited because it's a finite, limited brain. But nobody knows how big it is. Nobody knows how many terabytes you carry around in your brain. And, but it's a lot. Compare this to working memory, to short-term memory, which is actually very limited. Your memory of what you could store on, in, what you could hold in consciousness right now is quite limited. Here is an exercise. Do not write these things down. I want you to remember them. I'm just going to give you a few numbers. 14, 59, 11, 109, 43, 58, 98, 487, 25, 389, 54. Please write them down. View this as an IQ test, if that would relax you. How many of you who decided to participate in this experiment got 3 or less? Good, good. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or more. Anybody get all 11? This is a particularly difficult memory task. The numbers are meaningless, and I forgot to tell you to get your pen and pencil ready, so some of you just glared at me. But under normal circumstances, the cognitive psychologist George Miller said that suggested that the standard memory storage of short-term memory is 7 plus or minus 2. And what that means is anywhere from 5 to 9, roughly. Some of you, I bet, can beat that. Some of you, on a not-so-good day, maybe won't make it that much. Now, 7 plus or minus 2 is so that's what you hold in consciousness. You know, I'm telling you, 1421. Walk around. Okay, 1421. You hold that in consciousness, no problem. But I throw 11 numbers at you, you can't. Some dribble out. You can't hold that in your conscious window, in your short-term memory. Now, this raises the question, 7 plus or minus 2, what? And the answer seems to be what George Miller calls chunks. And a chunk is a basic memory unit, something you think of as a single individual entity. So suppose you see the string of letters, L-A-M-A-I-S-O-N. If you can't form these into words, and you have to remember them, these are 8 chunks. You have to just pick them up separately. On the other hand, if you break them up into 4 words, you could just remember it as 4 chunks. And if you break it up into 2 words in French, la maison, the house, it could just be 1 or 2. How much you know affects how much you memorize, how much you could store in memory, because it affects what counts as a basic unit of memory. And there's all sorts. examples of this. If I tell you 1101100101110, those of you who don't know binary numbers might have to remember that as 1100, whatever I said. Those of you who are computer scientists or mathematicians or for whatever reason know binary numbers could convert into a single binary number. Anybody know what the number is? No, I cannot say it again. Some number, 24. No, not 24. It's a 24, and then you remember 24. It's easier. Suppose you see a chessboard, and a chessboard is set up, and you don't know how to play chess. It is murderously hard to remember that. They've done the experiments. They've taken people in the lab who don't know how to play chess. They set up a chessboard, and then they say, okay, look at this for 5 minutes. Then they take it away, set it up again. And it's murderously hard. You know, there's a horsey thing on the side there and everything. But if these chess pieces are set up in some way that's logical for a chess player, then a chess master could look at it and remember it in a glance. Oh, it's a Fibonacci defense, something like that. And then immediately recover it. Similarly, football coaches have been tested on their memories of football diagrams. And they have like a photographic memory for football diagrams because it corresponds to things that make sense. Architects could have a photographic memory, a perfect memory for floor plans because it makes sense to them. They understand it. And so the way you store things in memory, and this is a theme we're going to return to when we get to long-term memory, depends in a large extent on how much you understand it. And this shows up in expertise effects. Now, this is what's happening so far in short-term memory, how much you hold in there. The question is, how do you get it into long-term memory? So you have long-term memory, your major storage system. How does information get from your consciousness to long-term storage? Well, there's one way which sort of works sometimes, but not very well. And it's called maintenance rehearsal. Suppose I said, you have to remember this number, this string of numbers. And if you remember it in 20 minutes, you will get $1,000. And the string is my phone number when I was a kid. I'll include the area code 514-688-9057. Now, if you tell that to a 4-year-old, what 4-year-old say? I'll remember it. And then you ask them, what did I just say? Well, I don't know. If you tell it to an act, because you know something. If a lot depended on you would know to do something, what you would do is you'd say to yourself, 514-688-9057, 514-688-9057, 514-688. You'd rehearse in your head over and over again. The problem is you could hold it as long as you can do that. It's like these movies. You see this all the time, like in an episode of 24. You know, Jack, call CTU and tell them Agent 11 is trapped in there. And I can't even remember this. But the way to remember it is you just got to repeat it over and over again in your head. But this will not typically get things into long-term memory. To get things into long-term memory, rehearsal is usually not enough. You need to do other things. Typically, what you need is structure and organization. And one way to demonstrate this was in a classic depth of processing experiment, which nicely illustrates the fact that the more you structure something, the deeper you think about it, the better it gets entrenched in long-term memory. So in this study, what they did was they told people that there's going to be words flashed on the screen. And all of the subjects saw the same. Strings of words. There were 48 words. They were not told to memorize the words. 1/3 of the subjects was told, look, some of these words are going to come out in capital letters, some of them not capital letters. Press a button for capitals, non-capitals. Sure. The other group was told some of these words will rhyme with train, others won't. Press a button if it rhymes in train. The third group was told, does it fit into the sentence, the girl placed the blank on the table? Press a button if it does, press a button if it doesn't. Then they were asked, as a surprise, what words did you see? And the findings looked like this. When they were asked to focus on just what the word looked like, memory was very poor. The sound, better. The meaning, if you want to remember something, the best way to remember it is to give it meaning, to give it sense. This is illustrated through a very ancient technique, which is that the way to remember
Hello.
Hi, we got what was your name again?
Oh, yeah, anyway. Yes, please send her up. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
哦，好，一位妹妹来了，准备做饭了。再听2分钟，就下
things that are otherwise arbitrary is to give them some organization through memory tricks, through vivid imagery, or songs or poetry. And there's a lot of examples of this. Do you know how to remember that the hippocampus, there's part of the brain called the hippocampus. This is the worst memory trick ever, but it will stick with you for 20 years. The hippocampus is involved in spatial memory. It's involved in finding your way around. Think to yourself, the way I find my way around campus is through the hippocampus. You think, that's stupid. But you'll never forget now that the hippocampus is in charge of spatial memory.
以啊。我穿那也行，对，可以穿那个。我穿一个这个的，要不然我站起来这个鞋有点。哎呀，这个姿太好了！我在煮汤，然后我还在。
我今天有点虚的，我就特别想喝这个汤。
是吧？主要是生理期，我放了不少姜。
我昨儿就是开始疼，然后我就觉得说，我想喝汤。
疼是吗？我这有那个，我这其实有药。
Hello， 大家，我来蹭饭了。
来蹭饭，给大家做个汤。
我也吃了那个，就是痛经药。痛经是敏感词吗？不是吧？
不是。你还知道敏感词，挺厉害的。
我在那洗手间。
好，我看一下啊。要准备做饭了，因为妹妹来了，准备做饭。哎，怎么回事？这地上有的是。OK， 关机。好了，准备做饭。哎呦，这个可以没有电了，没事，就这么着了。会。准备做饭，放在这里吧。顺便能跟你们聊两句。汤，我在做汤，还煮了。因为今天一伟说他来生理期了，所以想喝汤。我说好，给他做个汤，是素的，先熬了个汤底。这个底儿怎么样？还可以。马上就好啊！我等你来了，我才下那些。
我还想说，我可以一起帮忙。
啊？
要不要洗个菜啥的？我可以帮忙。
可以呀，你要不然洗个西兰花？
好的。
西兰花，那就放在这里。把它放在这里，洗西兰花。
我们是吃一颗还是？
吃一颗吧，因为我们还有芥蓝。好的，我想可以看2个菜，然后我给你拌那个麻椒，叫什么？就那个叫什么花椒油啊，什么麻椒油对。
哇哦，
好，这个小不小？放有点少，慢慢再把那个也拿了。你觉得呢？差不多了。
不知道你一共多少食材？
这还有这个，没有这绿的，这俩应该够了吧？是不是？这个是洗过的。然后等一下哈。我熬了绿豆汤，你喝不喝？但是你是不是不喝绿豆汤啊？
冷的吗？
绿豆汤你查一下生理期能不能喝。我突然想起来你生理期刚熬好了。
因为它是大火的，是不是？
对，你要不然查一下 ChatGPT。
好。
不能喝这些，我也不喝，我就赔。给你先洗点那个水果。
可以喝，但是看个人的体质和症状。绿豆性凉，有清热解毒、利尿退火的作用。 经期如果有上火、痘痘、口干等热象，适量会有好处。我确实长痘痘，但是呢，我经期又怕冷、腰腹冷痛。
哦，那不要了。
然后呢，就要避免喝冰镇或大量，但是可以喝温热的、加姜的和红糖的。
哦，
所以
可以有红
以
糖，有红糖，对，
就只要它是热的就可以了。
对，那可以。
我确实，那我这岂不是我的经期症状就是又热又凉，就是我也长痘痘，然后它整个人特别肿，
是吧？太可怜了。我也是，我每次来之前头一天就，整个人就感觉困得我天旋地转，像被人下了蒙汗药一样。
我也是。但是我最近长痘痘也有可能是吃玉米卷吃的。
哦，
哇，都吃了。
你太厉害了，都吃了。
有点忍不住。
哇塞，你太厉害了，那么3包都吃了，那你还让我给你带1包？我不知道多大，我就给你订3包，我说3包也很小，我以为你这种应该像那个旺旺雪饼什么这么大1包，我给你带3包应该够了。等到它到的时候，我说好像有点小。
但是它每一个里面有20多个，
是吧？然后你都吃了，
然后我就开始冒痘痘。
是，那是有点。我的那么多零食没带来，我想的又是
好难受。
我在想这件事，我最近就觉得没来也挺好的，要不然我该吃多少？哎呦喂！
我能帮什么吗？
好像其实比较简单哎，我们就是水果啊，然后下点青菜，我给你做个汤，我们杀个玉包。
哇哦，差不多。我其实特别喜欢吃红薯制品，我昨天晚上刚吃的红薯粉条，我就是每次吃火锅，我就一定要吃粉条。
你先吃水果，哎呀，那个给你洗好了。
谢谢。所以我觉得我特别喜欢吃那个薯包、玉包
对，那个是我小时候的最爱。
我问问玉包是不是福建特产？
是啊，肯定是福建特产，别的地方没有。做饭，把柜门关了呀，这个吗？哎呀，谢谢提醒，要不然撞到脑袋，经常就是这么撞晕了。哎呀，我没有买那个葱和那些，有点可惜。我这2天每天都告诉自己我要去锻炼的时候买菜，然后就发现没带钱包。然后昨天好不容易
用手机也可以。Apple Pay 好行。
对，你今天能不能帮我再搞一下那个 Apple Pay 啊？要不然就太讨厌了，有点。
玉包是那个闽南系小吃。
是啊。
潮汕、台湾、福建。
对。它非常的。我觉得这样应该差不多，也可以再来点。我也不知道我们能吃。我其实是中午锻炼回来1点多，所以我就没有特别的饿。再来一
颗。所以玉包也有红糖做配料的吗？玉包也有红糖作为配料吗？就是它也有甜的吗？
没有吧，没有，我们没吃过，反正我小时候没吃过甜的玉包。红糖做配料是不是感觉有一点太像那个啥了？
他说台湾的风格里面呢，就是有咸的和
有点像麻薯。甜的
是
吗？
对。
那也不是，它的麻薯好像是地瓜粉类的。
台湾的甜的里面馅就是红豆和花生馅。但是泉州和厦门
没有甜的。对，我们没有甜的。我这个人就是这样，很奇怪，就想着吃甜的，我觉得还蛮可怕的，但实际上可能也挺好吃的。哎，我们可以吃汤圆儿。过了15了吗？我也没有我也没有吃买那个。对，反正你喜欢吃甜的，可以做点汤圆。再把这个。15我在干嘛？15我在打坐。
我看到那个
我1点多起来。对。
那岂不是打一晚上的坐？
1点半，对呀、我就等于把时差又给调回去了，刚调过来，太好笑了。
那你看到了那个
月红月嘛，
雪月吗
没有，我1点半的时候走出去看，就已经开始遮一半了，但是我没有遮一半，遮小小的一个边，然后我后来就没看，我就想其实关键还是在于打错了，不用看了，他们会发照片给我的。我其实本来有点想去看，但是我觉得可能更重要还是打坐吧，所以没有去看，一直到早上6点钟左右，所以就。
这不是有个线头哦，是这个裤子的型，就是这样。
哎，我其实准备了个这个 T 恤送给你。
哦，
对，我上次忘了给你了。我觉得这个款还蛮适合你的。
我觉得这个背心好好看，这是新款吗？
对。背心应该也有给你带。
因为马上好好看。
对。我看一下啊。
我这又来蹭吃了。我觉得就是生理期的时候喝一口热汤的那个感觉太好了。
对，我也是。一到这个时候就想吃点热的。
而且昨天晚上还挺冷的，昨天晚上风特别大。
今天也比较冷。
对，
我以为因为不是回来的时候太热了这个嘛。
是。
我就觉得感觉已经到夏天了。
因为有一阵子已经就是回来那个时候已经30多度了。
是啊，好夸张啊！
对，那天我们见面的时候，我就说特别热嘛。
哎呀，我觉得这可能得分开2个下，好像会不会没有盆拌？我们家碗比较有限。
我也是每次洗菜的时候，我就自己把那个洗碗花给掰开，我也不用倒切，我就是洗的时候撕。哎，我看一下。
对，最好再让它稍微晾一下下。
睡觉的时候，就感觉整个家都在响，因为风特别大，然后我们家窗户又多。
对，我今天早上也发现是这样。糟糕，今天的汤怎么熬得有点苦呢？难道是我放的那个苏洛沫还是花椒？奇怪，等一下啊，
是姜类，
有点药材的。
这个是什么？
这是那个，哎呀，糟糕了，有点熬失败了。那我想想怎么办啊？我想一下，这好奇怪啊！
应该也
是花椒吧？可能是花椒的味道。我把它稍微出来一点，我把它变淡一点吧，可能有点浓。今天的食材比较多，好奇怪。
但我还蛮喜欢花椒的味道的。
是吗？那你会觉得太那个啥，就可能。我稍微那个什么，因为还要放味增，所以其实是味道应该能盖得住。但我就怕万一真的有点好奇怪。我觉得就是那个花椒可能放多了，因为我也喜欢花椒，每次放就有点失控。
哦，是那个
对。
花椒有苦味吗？我还以为它是麻麻的。
也许是麻，但可能我尝起来有点像苦。
是不是在福建煲汤也是挺大的一个文化？因为就是广州人喜欢煲汤。
对。没有，我们不是好多人到福建都说受不了吗？北方就说怎么福建人10个菜里面有8个汤，说怎么回事？哎，然后我把这个。 的这一身。
哇
，exactly 就是今天我穿的。
哇，我好喜欢今天这一身。
对呀、因为我想这个马甲应该你也很适合。对。
哎，我现在就可以试一下。
你现在就试吗？好啊。那你试我就去换一件。没什么事。
哦，这是马年的。
对啊。小马。
哦，好可爱。
对啊，
是长袖的。
对，
我来穿一下外面这个马甲。
哎，你可以把这个皮条穿上，我去换一件就行。
因为我也大活，我穿这个稍微。
我本来其实是想做一个红霞，后来我想想不行，绿头发还别穿红的，我这个会有点壮，对，有点壮。我想算了，
哎，我特别喜欢穿马甲，
是吧？
我觉得马甲很适合洛杉矶的天气。
对，而且还挺帅，今年也流行马甲。哎呀。你这不远万里的来喝汤，我这汤好像没太做好，有点失败。没事，尝尝。
暖的都是好的
啊，好。
只要是暖的都是好的。
那你这要求非常的低，应该能满足。没事，我觉得加了味增就好了，因为还没加呢，主要的东西还没加，这味道就会有点奇怪。今天正好，昨天一伟打了个电话说，他要来我这喝汤，我说行，我就正好从家乡带了玉包，给他煮的玉包啊什么的带回来。玉包是我们福建的小吃。觉得你穿应该蛮好看的。
好看，我喜欢。
是吧？我来煮一下汤。在哪里？
好好看，我喜欢这个刺绣的部分，好好看。
哎，好看，你穿。哦，你今天好彩哦，今天比我还彩。好看。
这个也好看。
因为你肩膀宽，所以你穿这个特别好看，你穿马甲。
我主要是我特别喜欢这个部分
没有，
的
它的刺绣做的非常好。
我今年，你看我今年的包也是这个
小马的什么？
马上发财。
OK，nice。
就是我觉得这个还挺配的这一套。
啊，可爱。
然后我就很喜欢这种记忆的，我喜欢有刺绣啊，然后有这个就是串珠。
对你跟大家说一下你的喜欢吧。然后我们来了个模特儿。好看。
我特别喜欢这个刺绣和串珠的部分。对，马年很适合。
对。
然后这个肩膀还有一点小设计。
对，有点好看。哎，是非常适合。
这个马甲的料子也好，然后这个地方也很好看。
对，它就是那种小设计，不多。对，你要可能再穿一个素一点颜色的裤子，就会更合适一点。
对，
但是也挺好看的。
我今天就是想穿着舒服来的。
对，
这个
没想到我开的直播呢，是吧？我在想，我说你既然这个也不介意聊聊天，那就陪大家说说话吧，要不然我平常也老不说话。大家说怎么回事？
哦，这儿还有一个这个符。
对，好运年。
我喜欢你们今年的这个新设计。
对，今年这个，因为主要是我觉得这个刺绣很好看，
就是很 playful。
对，而且它其实是特别丰富，你看它的那个绣法。
因为我很喜欢这种带点工艺的东西，你看我的耳环也是这样子的，就是串珠啊，然后那种小刺绣啊。 可把柜门关了，
可把柜门关了。对，
大家担
心我撞到头。I don't know why。反正菜你要不要喝一下？有没有一点点苦？我给你这个，又给你一个这么少。没给你这个小碗，对，就这种小碗，待会儿你就这么摆就行。
没有啊？
没有吗？
有吗？没有啊。
你再喝一口，是不是我自己的嘴啊？
我能喝得出来那个青椒的味道，但是我没喝出来苦味儿。
哦，那就没事儿，那可能是我自己的问题吧。没有，
真的没有。
Nice， 太好了。我也不知道怎么回事，我觉得就是那个花椒，可能是花椒的味道，我会觉得有点重，
而且我刚吃
我倒的有点猛。
蓝莓是甜的，我都不觉得。
OK，nice，那就没有让你吃到，要不然这么大老远来喝口汤，我还搞个苦的汤给你喝，那咋办？
我昨天真的就是觉得很疼，然后我就打一个电话给初姐，问我明天能不能来蹭饭。
对呀，欢迎你随时来，
就是身体和心灵上的双重温暖。
对，关键你今天在这附近哈，要不咱俩还真的离得有那么一点点远。
因为5点这个点过来，如果要开过来的话，估计得1个多小时。但我今天从downtown开过来，就只要半个小时，很方便。
Nice， 更小一点。还有煮菜。
你的这个绿豆汤是怎么做的？
绿豆汤啊，就是莲子和绿豆，对，
就是这样熬的吗？
就是莲子和绿豆熬的。
那要熬多久啊？
我就熬了有1个多小时。
哇，这是要提前泡水的吗？
这个啊不用，其实绿豆不用，但其他的豆都需要，像鹰嘴豆什么的都要泡8个小时的，6到8个小时。哦，我知道了，是不是刚才有什么东西熬焦了，有点苦？我还在琢磨有点苦的事，你都说不苦了，我怎么这么执着？
就是没有喝出来。
OK， nice， 没喝出来的话，把这个先拿出来。我来洗一个锅来煮烫菜。
哦，对，谢谢，这是一个2月2号出生的作家。
哦 ，James Joyce，
这是个笔记本。
哦 ，Thank you， 好可爱哦。
我也觉得。
哦，1882年2月2号。
爱尔兰的。
哦，我之前你知道吗？特别巧，我在台湾看了一个墨西哥的一个艺术家，他是专门画骷髅特别有名的，他的100年诞辰，然后他也是2月2号，
哦，
特别神。我说，哎，我说怎么这么巧？然后正好，就我特别喜欢他的那个骷髅的那个，
而且骷髅在墨西哥文化当中应该是一个很重要的文化 icon
那样的。好，这个用来下浴包，我们就能吃了。
太好了，好丰盛哦！
没有丰盛啦，这个就是
给我一个人做汤要放原料，
就是咱俩过家家挺好的。知道是一个这个吃饭特别的那个挑剔的人，我也伺候不了啊。
主要是这个原料特别多，我要是自己做一个汤，我里面就放3样东西。这个你的这个里面起码有10样了。
对，这里面有很多的菌菇啊什么的，黄花菜啊。
哦，对，你还没有告诉我那个黄色是什么？
黄花菜啊。
黄花菜？
对，黄花菜。黄花菜长得有点像小百合。黄花菜是一种花，但是可以吃的花。
这是新鲜的吗？
这不是，这是干的，对，干的。但是它新鲜的时候很像小百合长得。黄花菜是一种花还是菜？我也犹豫了一下，到底是花还是菜？
哦，它就是真的是，就这两真的长像花一样的吗？
对呀，
它真的叫 day lily，
呀，day lily 哈，
所以真的是一种百合。
是啊，它就是长得很像百合，所以我第一次在户外见到它的时候，我以为是百合，后来我们家后来种了一段时间花花菜。
那我们吃的就是它那个花喽？
对，我们吃的是它那个花，但是
哇
是干的。干的。
哇，在中国黄花菜被誉为4大素山珍之一。
哦，好吧。
我好像没有吃过。你猜猜看，其他3大是什么？
蘑菇。
对，香菇。对，这是。
然后豆腐，不对，山
蔬
参
菜类的山珍。
竹笋。
冬笋。
冬笋。
对，最后一个。
然后，
提示它长在石头上和木头上。
木耳。
对。
那不是跟蘑菇哦，也是菌菇类。
对，就是香菇、木耳、冬笋和黄花菜。
OK。
被称为蔬菜类的4大珍品。
OK，nice。
你都猜到了。
对，因为我就喜欢吃这些，这些是我的主食。跟大家 OK， 在等着它开的时候，就跟大家我看一下，这个先。笑死了，那个人说终于把柜子门给关了，真是不守信。
蛮齐全的，你连洗这个水果的篮儿都有。
这个是从那边原来老房子那边带过来的。
就是我真的我觉得你收纳挺厉害的，你家虽然这公寓虽然不大，但是什么都有。
对啊，这基本
连洗水果的篮儿都有好几个。
对，但它平常只能放在烤箱里，这就是我们家 space 的尴尬之处。它平常只能在烤箱里待着，因为没地儿放。所以烤箱我就买了个空气炸锅，烤箱从此以后就变成柜子了。笑死了。再来一点。不行，这个会太多。
我很喜欢这一批的面料，我觉得这个还有你知道那个粉色的面料都特别好。
对，
而且这个还挺暖和的，
还可以，它羊毛的。
哦。
对，
所以这个穿着我觉得肚子还蛮暖。
所以没办法，因为它的那个就是做工啊什么的都很好，所以就是价格成本什么就很高。
对，尤其是像这种小细节，其实还挺贵的。然后这种小绣片啊什么的也挺贵的。
对，就是没办法，我们就在这个。
而这个扣子也挺好，它是那种就是渐变子。
在做饭，一边把那些碗都能洗掉。
我可以来洗碗
啊，
我可以来洗碗，
没事，就别让你忙。看看这个，没啥事儿了。
我觉得像洛杉矶这个天气，真的就是穿
马甲的那个完美
特别合适的地方，
完美的地方，
因为它就是
一会儿冷一会儿热。
对，像今天就是我早上在家里特别冷，我今天早上在家要穿羽绒服，然后中午出门了又感觉挺热，所以就只能穿好几层，对，然后一层层的脱。
对我也是，每次就感觉一定要放个羽绒服，然后穿着短袖出门。哎，好，差不多了，可以。准备下锅，跟大家聊会儿天儿吧，聊两句，聊两句。看会在回答什么问题。里面是什么食材？里面养猪是崇洋媚外，说在这个美国养猪是什么从来不用猪肉精还是用猪肉精什么之类的。首先第一，我这里面没有肉，全部都是素菜。第二，我觉得一个人地点自由是很重要的。就是说，如果一个人不能在这个世界上想在哪生活就在哪生活的话，就只能说明可能你的生活有点局限，所以呢就不用你拿这种道德绑架去攻击别人，对，就是就没有多大意义。现在失业没现在，投简历也没有回复。哎，我现在也在失业中。虽然是主动选择失业，但以后的人都得失业，所以呢，就是其实就在还是要学习吧。就像我现在其实毕业了，那我最近就在学一些心理学的课程啊什么的，就是这样很多很好的线上课，就是以后 AI 来了，其实95%的我们都要失业的。推荐大家前段时间去看那个。就是我们一个中国作者写的非常好，叫做 AI 文明史前史，叫张笑宇写的，非常好。你一看他那个就明白，说为什么我们以后的，就是如果一直在做重复的机器可替代的工作的话，是一定会被替代。他提出了一个叫人类当量的这样的一个概念。这个人类当量是什么呢？它就相当于借用了那个原子弹。就说这个炸药当量，然后说是一颗原子弹是200万的这个炸药当量，然后一个这个 AI 的这样的相当于人类的1万个人类当量，也就是说，它比我们会效率啊，再乘以这种成本啊，就是真的是人类的1万倍。所以呢，如果说我们不断的一直在止步不前的，还是觉得很多的工作我们是能够一直踏踏实实的做下去，而不去主动的去学习的话，那我觉得就是我们以后都要面临失业了。那比较推荐的学科就是伊隆马斯克的那个采访里说到的，比如说心理学啊、生物学啊，然后学一些。就是能够更多的理解人、理解这个社会、理解这个世界的一些学科吧，我觉得这个真的挺重要的。所以呢，今年我还是会开一些直播，就是一些学习直播，因为这样的话可以就是让大家就是一起来互相监督、互相学习吧。因为以后呢，其实随着这个 AI 真的发展了之后，那其实可能人类的温饱确实是都解决了，不成问题。那比较大的说，这个工作就成了 optional， 就是说其实是你想不想工作的问题。那现在我们可能还在抱怨说，哎呀，那个这个每天上班很累啊什么的。以后这真的是像我妈妈他们，以后我们就是不用担心，就是说会有生存问题了，那可能都能解决。但是要担心的是精神问题，就像我妈妈，她真正的焦虑症爆发，实际上是在退休以后嘛。那我们的人如果哪一天不需要工作，也能解决温饱的时候，那我觉得更危险的是人的一个精神状况的问题，焦虑症啊、抑郁症啊， 是迷茫，找不到方向，无意义感啊。因为人一忙起来，其实没有那么多时间去想那么多嘛。那以后有大把的时间用来想的时候，其实人就是真的是需要，有更好的、更多的一些工具吧，去准备好这样的一个时代的到来，就是我们的心理健康的问题会大规模的爆发。所以呢，这是为什么建议大家就是学一点心理学的知识，我自己也在学。因为现在有太多就是不要钱的课了，其实根本不用去上什么大学什么的，对吧？就有那么好的公开课都可以上。所以呢，就是大家一起共勉吧。因为在这个AI 文明史前史这个张笑宇写的那个书里面讲的2大最重要的会被 AI 替代的职业，影视业就是最重要的一个。所以以后这个什么短剧啊，什么这些，那 AI 要是写剧本要叫什么操纵人类的多巴胺这种叫分泌的话，操纵人类的这种愤怒的情绪啊、仇恨的情绪啊什么，那太容易了啊。就是说，所以其实我们行业是最高危的啊。那就是说，任何行业都高危，但是问题就是说，你第一，你有没有看到这样的一个巨浪正在袭来，而不是就是沉在底下，然后就是假装它不存在，不太行了。然后还有一个就是说，我们到底能做什么？那其实大家都还在探索。那我自己找到的就是说，跟人工智能的这个涌现的道理是一样的，就是说，一个简单数，它其实以前听过樊登老师讲了一本书叫《复杂》，它里面就讲到说，人类的这个智能和很多的这个，比如蚂蚁，它单个蚂蚁是没有智能的，但是呢，一群蚂蚁它就有智能了。比如说一群蚂蚁，它可以建窝呀，它可以过了河的时候，它知道所有的蚂蚁抱成团过河，下面的蚂蚁就死掉了，上面的蚂蚁就能存活下来，它叫做群智涌现。那人类的脑神经网络也是这样的，就是当你有很多的这种脑神经结构在一起的时候，它自然就涌现出了人的智能，然后跟现在 AI 拥有智能是一样的。所以应用到我们现在的我自己的理解，就是我们能怎么样来面对这个浪潮，就是你要跨学科的去学习，然后你通过学习不同的学科，在未来就像这个乔布斯说的，他会 connect the dots。不管你是生物学、这个心理学、社会学，可能有一些特别简单的一些数学模型，像我这种理科生，然后比如说小说是吧，文学、历史，可能各个学科综合在一起，有一天我们就会也涌现了，就是我们其实就是明白我们的智能就是这样产生的。所以呢，你就是先跨学科的学再说啊，就是说。至于会涌现什么东西出来，这就是生命的奇迹啊！这就是人类拥有智能的一个奇迹。所以呢，我自己是觉得，就是明白一个事物的基本原理特别重要。当你明白这个原理的时候，第二步就是要去做了，对吧？那要去做，那该怎么学呢？那我最近就是反正学心理学啊，然后再看小说啊，然后给大家推荐一本之前我跟大家提过的一本书，叫做《我的骨头从未忘记》。是我当时听黄峥老师讲书的时候，是一个美籍亚裔的一个女生，她是一个得过艾美奖的一个新闻主播，然后她讲她从小到大其实是受到了这种叫复杂性创后应激障碍，然后呢她如何的就是说其实是家里面是这种有精神虐待的这样的一个倾向，然后慢慢的她后来又变成了那种非常叛逆的这种就是无法跟人相处的这种很人际关系一塌糊涂的这样的一个女生吧，然后非常的痛苦，但还好新闻救了她，然后她用这种非常还是比较就是尖酸刻薄又不失幽默的语言，然后写的很多的新闻稿都非常的有见地，然后他也进入了美国最著名的这个广播节目，然后到最后他跟上司没有办法相处，他辞职了之后用了2到3年的时间，然后来做这个自己的一个心理疗愈。然后我觉得那个心理疗愈的这本书非常适合大家去看，因为它基本上它整个寻访的过程跨越了我们知道的，比如说什么正念疗法呀、家庭这个排序啊，然后包括这种认知行为疗法呀，然后还有各种各样的，就是他一通的这个摸索，然后中间有些是短期有效，有些又会复发，然后包括他回到了他的马来西亚，他是马来西亚华人，然后回到了马来西亚，发现就是 这一代其实华人的这种移民华人的这种代际创伤，就很非常好。这本书我整整看了4-5天吧，就反正有时间就看，有时间就看。就我听过黄峥老师讲了，我觉得很好，我就把它给看了。所以呢，就是这些书，找自己喜欢看的来看啊，就是通过疗愈自己、解决问题，然后去学自己喜欢学的这种心理学的知识啊，包括一些存在主义心理学的书啊，也很好看，像欧文·亚伦的这个知识骄阳。就是那个征服死亡恐惧，然后我最近要看他存在主义心理学的治疗，就是这些书其实都是你多看了以后，你对自己有了很深刻的一些了解和剖析和治愈之后，你就慢慢可以了解别人。就是我们在这个世界，就像我跟大家之前推荐有一本书叫《解惑》，是吧？那本书里面也讲到说，其实这个世界它就是一团迷雾，我们永远不可能知道。我要准备下海带了。我们永远不可能知道别人的心中到底在想什么，我们永远没有办法知道。所以我们了解这个世界唯一的通道呢，其实就是要通过我们自己，我们通过了解我们自己去了解这个世界。所以呢，就是说，有的时候开学习直播啊，开什么，就是跟大家一起共勉，就是让你们看到说，连我这样的一个学渣，对吧？还是就是我为什么到美国来，就是过完年。虽然已经12月份毕业，第一是学校还有一些大师课，明天又每周5就会有一些大师课，然后还有一个最重要的，就因为到这来比较苦啊，比较孤独啊，因为你只有在比较苦和比较孤独的时候，你才能学习。回北京我太开心了，我简直就是回到了，感觉像回到皇宫一样的幸福，自己也不用做饭啊，还有那么多好朋友啊，还能见到我妈呀，有这么多的幸福，你怎么能学习？我学不下去。我就是每天就是很开心了。那你说回来就是你在这儿没啥事儿干，就除了每天去运动啊、打坐啊、做饭，剩下的时间就全部用来学习，我也不社交。所以呢，很多时候不要这个分什么国内国外，什么村里城里，我觉得最重要就是哪个环境能够让你真正的安静下来学习。那很多时候确实比较孤独的环境是比较适合的，所以我就是自找孤独啊。那很多人说啊，崇洋媚外到美国来，其实不是。要说幸福，那肯定是中国幸福啊。当然，只是确实是第一，学校就在旁边，我可以有很好的学习资源；第二呢，就是因为孤独，所以你更加能够沉下心来学习。这个东西是没有办法的。如果你现在不相信学习的复利效应，等到真的 AI 大潮来的时候，你除了慌什么都做不了，是吧？所以呢，就把这个跟大家来共勉吧。因为我特别的，对，就是有的时候看到那种阴阳怪气的说话什么的，我就觉得说，哎呀，就别花时间去分这么多国内国外什么，到以后就剩人类和机器人了。别想那么多，就是说我们是不是能够把自己的真的生活过好，生命过好，我觉得是最重要的。这么就是去阴阳别人，除了助长自己的一些非常没有意义的虚荣心之外，有什么价值呢？学到啥了呢？对吧？是不是？
我最近也收到了 AI 发的一个邮件，好像是那个今年的那个 Life Achievement 给了 Eddie Murphy。就是那个黑人的喜剧演员
啊，哇哦！
然后他们现在在卖那个票
啊，
所以就是你现在还是有 access 去听 all those like master classes。
对呀，有啊，没有就学校随便开放嘛，都可以去。我想上摄影系的课，你们都能去。我就要给老师写信就好了，他们还老叫我回去上课。
就是只有 alumni 可以是吧？
对。
那是。因为你是最近刚毕业的，可以还是说
没有啊？你就想去都可以啊。
这么好，
对啊，
你们是个中学，
没有他，而且他是有一个专门的 alumni center，就是学校专门在楼下，就是我们放电影的那个，你去过那个是吧？就是那个MJSR 底下有一个专门的，是一个 alumni center， 就是比如说我们拍第一部这个片子的时候，可以跟学校申请，比如用那个房间用来 casting 啊，什么都可以，对，就是还是很。他们对校友非常的好，这个学校
终身制的，
对。这是为什么当时我想来的很重要的原因，也是因为我听说这个，我觉得那一点点可能不能下了，你觉得呢？ 如果能下，我们再下。那个
我觉得这个挺够
了，
了，这看起来
对，我觉得有点危险。
又有这个，又有绿豆汤，又有汤，又有待会儿还有芋圆，我都感觉芋圆是不是能吃得下？
没有，你可以多吃芋圆呀。我觉得汤可以关火了，汤结束了，汤不能煮太久。等一下，好。
我觉得这个海带特别好吃，上次吃也觉得好好吃。
是啊。你看，我把芋圆下了，我们就可以直接吃饭。好，我们可以先吃点菜，再吃芋圆。还是我稍微晚几分钟下芋圆吧，哈。我们先吃点菜，因为这个是碳水，就是要最后吃。
是。芋圆真的还挺扛饱的。吃芋圆可能吃不下别的了，
对。好嘞，拿过来。
我觉得还有一点就是可以学习 AI 相关的东西，因为我最近一直在学习怎么用 AI 做软件，因为他是硬件程序员嘛。他最近自己做了个 app， 他只花了4个小时就做出来一个 app， 然后全 AI 帮助的，因为他以前不会 coding。但是有了 AI 之后，他就不需要自己写代码了，他就只要给 AI 指令。
对，是，现在好多人都在学。哎，咱们就在这儿吧。哎，你那边不舒服坐的。
那我就做这个吧。
对，坐。对，不是你要不要？
那把这个拿过来，这样。
对，你这样，这个椅子舒服一点。小心点，我把那个放到那里去，不要撞到脚。这还是你的凳子呢，都非常物尽其用。嘿，来吃饭吧。有水果。哎呦啊！哎，好，我这个手机已经
摔了很多次，
短短的，对，在短短的。
我看到这2天内已经3次了。
对，我也不知道为什么，我是觉得这壳有点滑，说实话，
是不是太大了？
好像，不知道，反正就觉得很滑，这个壳老抓不住了。
哦，是有一点儿，
对吧？
对它
老飞出去。
它这个不是防滑的。
对，但我前面那个防滑的也没让我的那个，也没让我那个 survive， 也没让我的。手机已经换过一个屏保了，已经换过3个了屏保，这第3个。哇，好嘞，
你会用什么办？我想学习一下这个。
很简单，放一点橄榄油，放一点那个麻油，特别好吃。赶紧洗。我今天重新啊，我好想念那个欧亥的
橄榄油。
对，咱们可以下次去再去买。然后放一点那个花椒油。其实放藤椒油更好吃，但是被我吃完了。
我也是，我在他们家当时不是买了橄榄油和醋嘛，然后我家现在还剩醋，因为我没有这个地方吃那个醋，但是我的橄榄油都用完了。
对，我也是，我今天又买了一个橄榄油，因为这个花椒油也被我吃完了。
我确实没有什么场合就是吃这种，就是因为它是那种意大利品种的醋，然后那种一般都是吃面包什么的，对。
但其实应该吃点醋。
我的那个醋，我当时买的是咖啡味的，就是 espresso 味道。
OK。
然后它那个醋就是甜中带点苦，它其实很好吃，但是我就是没有什么场合吃它。
你可以拌沙拉呀。不怎么拌沙拉。要吃热的。
空气刚刚冷静了一下。
对。
我更喜欢吃这种，就是
中式的
大的，对。
其实要有这个，这可惜晚了，没了。丢了。我看这是还有个藤椒油，我不知道哎，但真的很好吃啊这个。当然这是从国内带来的，牛了。牛了，算了，牛了。哎，这是不是还有？Oh my god！ 还有点藤椒油，藤椒油味道更好，比花椒油味道还好。来一点点。不能多，要不然太麻了。我就觉得看的青菜不够，我们可以再下，因为那个没下完。
这个看着还蛮多的。
对，我就怕吃不完。 OK， 我来盛汤，然后我们盛完汤我就可以下芋圆了哈。这个先放着，还要有，待会还有，我先放在这。
好开心可以喝汤哦。
对啊，我知道你。
我就是馋这一口。
是你那天我看那么晚了，你还是喝了不少。
对，而且我那天吃过晚饭了。
Hopefully 这个好吃哦。
其实数据我觉得你做饭还挺厉害的，总是谦虚。我其实觉得
能自己吃啊。
我觉得你煲汤还是蛮厉害的。
可以，就是够了，这样就行。OK， 我再去盛一碗汤。
我是不是应该拿两个勺子？我这拿两个勺子。
对，应该有2个勺子，没有3，并没有。到我那个吃饭机里面有一个，我的还是没有勺子。
下次带点勺子。
哦，这边有，不用了，这是我的勺子。
哦 ，OK。
没有，我每次想起来要买，我就忘记了。OK， 来坐。哎呦喂！好，看看大家有什么问题，咱俩边吃饭边跟他们聊会天儿。
好的。
我再给你。
我来蹭饭了。
当然看不见你呢。
但那个可以吗？
哎，要不然你过来，我们密排坐这儿不就行了吗？对不对？是不是啊？是不是这样子好一点？这样子好一点。这样子还可以吗？这个还是进不去。这样子，这样子可以吗？好。你还是在外面。
我这样
还可以。我们凑一凑吧。
哇，好期待！我要拍张照。
你要洁癖是吧？
好期待这个汤啊，好好闻！这汤里面得有10几种东西了吧？
是。好吃。
好香好香。
给你个，万一要用到筷子。好。哎呦喂！
这汤你做了多久？
我再给你一人一个碗，你可以用来吃那个汤。我熬了今天挺久的，因为知道你要来嘛。
哇！
所以熬了1个多小时。
太感动了。谢谢主席，好感动。
对啊，你说那个能来喝个汤，我说这个我还是做得到的。看一下啊，可板桂门关，看看姐姐汤里都有什么菜啊？
好丰盛。
会不会淡？
还好不淡。
还可以是吗？
因为我把它当主食嘛，所以。
你把它当主食吗？
这个黄花菜其实挺清香的，我好像没有吃过这个。我刚刚问姐来着，这个黄花菜是什么？
看看他问什么问题。民以食为天，我要做个健康餐。对，他来这儿就是来吃健康餐。
我主要是靠姐姐这口汤太好喝了。我最近那个有点生理痛，有点不舒服，然后我昨天晚上就特别想喝汤，然后我就只打了个电话给姐姐说，姐姐明天干嘛呢？我能不能来蹭饭？
对啊，我就想，你要不来呢，晚上我其实就吃太随便了。
对，这个我觉得非常隆重。
没有，不隆重。对付你够了，
都熬了1个多小时。这花椒油真的很香。
就这样拌菜特别好。你不要看它只是点酱油。但实际上味道非常好。
2个人的吃播。花椒油、橄榄油可以带吗？其实我们那个麻椒油可能可以上一下，橄榄油好像也可以，我可以问一下。
这个花椒油真的好吃，我觉得太值得带了，
特别好吃那个花椒油。
我以前买过花椒油，但它不是纯的，就是油，它都是里面会带一些渣渣。我觉得这种纯的用来拌这个油真的，而且这个油不苦，我之前买过的是带一点点苦味的。
是吗？
可能是
我一吃这个就很开心，我很喜欢吃这个拌菜。
我也是，这好好吃。
我觉得我可能可以把那个再下了。
但是咱们不是还有
完，
我们不是还有芋圆吗？
哦，那芋圆准备下，可以下。可以下。
我觉得太幸福了。
一人吃几个？
如果我吃完这个，喝完汤，我只能吃2个。
2个？3个。
我也不知道，我觉得2个，因为这个汤很多哎。
好，那行，那我们下4个吧，那剩下1个就让他孤独的自己飘零了。我也是只能吃2，因为我其实想吃一点点汤圆，稍微点一点，是吧？
汤圆跟这可以一起下吗？
那还是一个一个来，要不然味道会串的。再是烧的。
吃完芋圆再吃汤圆，那我只能吃1个汤圆了。
那就不用吃汤圆，我可以给你煎年糕，你吃吗？
其实我真的很喜欢吃这种就是糯糯的口感。
对，我也是。
年糕啊，红薯粉啊，就是就是我每次吃火锅我一定要下那个宽粉。
所以你一定要生吃菜，要不然升糖速度会太快了。我每次就强忍住。不要吃那么快。
我最近才知道我早餐一直都是吃错了，就是我最近看了一个营养学家的一个视频，然后他就说早餐一定不能先吃甜的，但是我以前早餐特别喜欢吃，要么是芝麻糊，要么就是一个可颂，就比如说面包这种。
不好不好。
然后呢，
升糖速度很快。
但是大家不都说就是就是都说早餐就去一个 bakery， 然后就会买一个面包嘛，所以我就已经很习惯了，我早上先喝一杯咖啡，然后呢吃一个面包，结果我发现这是特别错误的吃法，我都已经吃错很多很多年了。
是。你看那个有个书是那个抗糖革命，那本书，就是它里面就讲了，就是一定要先吃带膳食纤维的。或你早上先吃点，哪怕你先吃点蛋白质什么的，
就是早上吃咸的，不能 start your day with 甜的。那法国人为什么他们早餐都是吃 croissant， 然后他们还身材那么好？
他们吃的少是不是？他们吃东西好像挺少的。
就是我现在感觉其实法餐，但我其实感觉法餐其实挺不健康的，就是热量也很高，
吃的还很晚。
对啊。
每次去法国、意大利，我就有时差的时候，我就快死了。
而且他们都是吃的特别精致，那种做的特别精致的东西，也不是特别的健康。尤其是我那天看那个视频的时候，真的对我来说太震撼了。我觉得我已经吃了10年这种，就早上起来先吃一个小面包，或者是喝个芝麻糊，或者喝一个什么什么类糊的，就是以这个，我一直都以为这个很健康，没有想到我一直在吃错。
但如果你早上喝豆浆，其实还可以，不要喝甜的，豆浆是没事的，
不加糖。
就你吃嘛，糊里面不甜，其实也行。问题就是你很甜，而且里面不是只是蛋白。
对，我的芝麻糊里面都是要加糖那种，就是它本身就已经带了。
刚才大家问这个要焯水，然后焯水多久？这个其实我一般觉得青菜好吃都是不等它冒泡，我就会拿起来，所以放进去大概1分钟吧。而我回家以后， 我跟我妈妈是烫的两趟菜，就是菜先放下去，我先捞一半起来，然后我妈再煮，因为老人喜欢吃烂一点的。但真正的这些菜，就是要把这个它更多的营养保留住，不要在高温里面煮太久。
这个酱汁真的好好吃哦，
而且甜嘛哈。
然后就那个花椒油特别有味道。其实你放的不多哎，它还蛮有味道的。
不能放多，有点麻，很好吃。
然后你也没有加就是盐什么的，就是生抽里面的盐分。
生抽，就这个零添加这个蛮好的，海天的，这好像在这里买的，
香香的。
酱油应该不是我带来的，我好多这油什么都我自己带来的，因为怕打了在行李里。
这个，
所以每次只有那种有3个行李可以带的时候，就有一袋专门是吃的，就不怕，不能跟衣服在一起。只能飞国航的时候在。
好多人都问汤那边有什么，你看，蘑菇、海带、豆腐、黄花菜，而且有不同的蘑菇。
对，有那个3种菇。
哇。
有那个鹿茸菌啊，有香菇啊，有那个2种干的，一种新鲜的。
我有2个广州的同学，然后呢，我就一直觉得他们很好笑，他们找女朋友的标准就一个，就是要会煲汤。我想说啊，你们都就是出国读书这么久了，到现在为止还是就是这个标准，一直都是要会煲汤。
他们自己会煲汤不就行了吗？干嘛要女朋友会煲汤？
对啊，所以我就一直在嘲笑他们。但是冬天能吃上一碗汤太幸福了。
对。哪种海带啊？是一种海带苗。你可以买那种干的海带苗。如果在国内更方便，可以买那种湿的那种新鲜的海带苗，特别好吃。基本上那些海带苗是可以，其实是可以凉拌的，可以生吃的。所以呢，你要做的就是放下去，差不多就能起锅了，都不用等它真正的开，就稍微烫一下就可以。
这个干是不是得泡水？我看到你今天泡水泡了一阵。
因为今天就是那个花椒放的。
你说干的这个海带苗是不是得泡水？
对，但泡很短就行。你吃到花椒没事吧？
我还挺喜欢吃花椒的。
那就好。因为我没有那个上面就是那种小 container 那种装花椒的那个不锈钢的那种，他们好多是拿着那个装在里面，然后放进去熬，这样就不会到处都是花椒。我都吃出汗。
其实我也是，我吃有点暖了。我其实还挺喜欢就是咬那个花椒味道的。我每次去四川我都会带点花椒。
哎呀，看你吃饭很香，豆腐汤怎么做？衣服菜酱，只顾吃就能吃，对，吃完吧。香迷糊了，对。听出老了，当然老了呀，都46岁了，还能不老吗？可能是我老了，你长大了。
晚餐，对的。
你绝对是个狠人，太自律了。其实也没有特别的自律，回来的时候还是会，有的时候时差什么就晕。像我今天，我是因为前天晚上是15，不是起来静坐了嘛？哎呀，我都出汗了。
我也是，汤好暖和。
你是不是可以把这个脱了？你不会？
给大家展示一下我的这个
对
马，
对，你那个马好看。哇，好热。 我是想去再换一件，但是实在没得换，这已经是短袖了。
但主要是这个料子还蛮厚的。
对，对我看一下啊，就是前天，不是起来
这 OK 吗？我没有，
没事，这个没事。我知道你。对，那个前天因为是15嘛，所以就1点半起来，打了个闹钟起来静坐，到凌晨5点多，所以呢，等于把时差又调回国内了。那所以昨天前天就吃了一点那个助眠的药。今天早上起来，就是我平常不怎么吃助眠的东西，起来之后就有点还6点半闹钟响就是困，然后起来还是静坐到8点半，定了一个9点半去运动的闹钟，然后炸完绿枝啊什么的，还剩半个小时，我真不想去啊，我就躺在那个沙发又要睡晕过去了，我说我不去了，因为我今天定了2节课，一节是 Best Butt Ever， 就是练臀，因为女生一定要练臀，因为臀是非常重要的抗衰老的很重要的部分，因为它是连接这个上下身嘛。然后呢，还有一堂是这个瑜伽课，是那个叫 Power Vinyasa，Vinyasa 对。然后完了之后，我就觉得要不然就看后一节吧。后来想想不行，我昨天就没有练力量，我今天，然后其实我真的我整个人都是迷迷瞪瞪的，我就把自己，因为我每次健身回来，我就会把我后面要穿的，比如干净衣服啊、新的手套啊什么这些，全部都放在健身包里，就挂在那个门口，所以这样就不给我自己任何犹豫的借口，因为我只要决定要出门，就是我30秒就可以在门外了，所以呢，我就后来就把自己还是扔到了健身房，然后今天练完了臀，然后练完了这个拉伸，就是 power 就是瑜伽吧，就觉得哇全身都舒服，因为前2天也是有的时候躺在那个床上看电影啊，躺在这个沙发上，我搞了一个朋友送了我一个那个坚果的那个小投影的，在这儿就等于在里在外我都有投影可以看了，然后我就投在这个墙边，把这个就煮坏了，我买这啥？我们的那个玉碗芋圆，等一下哈。你可以用这个直接来装哈。
可以，这个好好吃。有这个都不用再加料了。
对，你可以直接用那个的料。
所以这个芋圆不用煮特别久，是不是？
这煮了很久了，但是你看它不怎么煮不怎么烂，这要是饺子它早就烂了。其实你可以用一点点它的这个调料，这个其实是一样的。哎呦，不知道会不会有点多，但是是可以放。
给大家看一下芋圆，我前2天在姐姐家第一次吃到这个，就上次我接姐姐从机场回来，然后姐姐说，你要不要尝一下芋圆？我从来不知道芋圆是什么，然后我就期待是一个芋包，
对，
我就以为它是一个类似于豆沙包一样的，就是甜的东西，然后一吃没有想到里面是带那个蔬菜馅的，
而且这个是我从国内带来的哟，是从中国，就是我妈妈他们教的徐姐，因为我妈妈现在已经不太能，这是你的吗？然后我妈妈现在已经不太能包芋包了，但是徐姐得了她的真传，然后我们就包了这个，然后冰冻完以后放在一个保鲜袋里来的，居然没事，来的都没坏，太好吃了。这个我就要拉一个近景，我吃一个你吃一个。等到你吃的时候给你拉个近景，我要给大家看一下我们家乡的带来的这个小吃有多么的幸福。
有点烫哦，所以你可以等一下。
好，刚才没说完呢。然后呢，我就觉得练完整个人都好了，所以我就特别庆幸我在那个8点半的时候没有想说，哎呀，我要不然就落掉1节课，因为今天特别难得是2节课。连在一起，中间就差40分钟，因为我其实平常就想练个力量，然后再练个瑜伽是最完美的，但一般他们的那个时间都差得很远，我都得1-2个小时，我就很懒得等，然后中间又40分钟出去买了点菜，所以特别完美。所以要跟大家说的就是，很多时候呢，其实我也做不到绝对的自律，但是就是你在道理上要明白，就它对你的身体会带来一个
很幸福的一个改变。然后之前听这个汪詹老师，就是我跟他就是写拥抱那只黑狗的这个作者，就是斯坦福的这个心理学博士啊，汪詹老师。然后呢，他就说，我们国内的一个科学家发现了，就是说当运动的时候会产生一种神经递质，是一种由我们中国科学家发现的，叫做谷维素。这个谷维素呢，就是说你越运动，它这个谷维素就会让你越想运动。但如果你不运动的时候，你就不分泌谷维素。这是为什么？如果你越不动，你躺在那儿就越不想动，是吧？就会进入一个这样子的一个负循环。所以想跟大家说的就是说，起码你自律一小段时间，然后让你体会到说，哎呀，我平常自律啊，或者哎呀身体舒服的时候是什么感觉，身心特别松弛，比如说又静坐啊，又运动的时候，好好的照顾一下自己的身体，那你就能够知道说，哎，我舒服的时候是什么感觉。那这样在你特别难受的时候，你自然就会记得那个很舒服的感觉，它就会成为你的一个动力，让你去运动。像我今天就是我躺在那儿，我虽然又困，然后又觉得身上好酸疼，我今天不去我肯定会后悔，我今天一定情绪身体都不会舒服。所以我就想不管怎样，哪怕今天是个这个行尸走肉的僵尸没醒，我也把自己给扔出去。而且它对调时差也很有好处，比如大家有的时候出国，你早上还是按照6点半起来，如果能去锻炼啊什么，按照当地时差看看太阳啊，锻炼啊，因为它会锻炼会激发你的那个肾上腺素啊，这些皮质醇啊，让你兴奋起来，所以你就进入白天的这个节律，所以也是特别重要的。所以呢，跟大家分享一下，就是说，为什么要自律？然后你哪怕自律很小的一段时间，你体会到那个正面的这样的舒适的感觉之后，它就会成为你以后再去不断的想回到这种正面的感觉的一个动力吧。好啦，给大家表演吃一包啦。为什么要给大家表演呢？因为我非常的幸福，因为这是家乡的味道，在北京都吃不到的，只有在福建吃得到。这里面是豆干、豆腐、木耳。
我刚默默的已经把这碗汤都喝完了。
哦，真的吗？哦，你真的好厉害。
我觉得好幸福，就是想念这口汤。
对，里面还有冬菇，对。总讲别人不太懂的营养术语，不就是一个谷维素吗？肾上腺素应该很。他提到樊登老师推荐的心理学书是哪一本啊？他有一本那个，他有好几本都非常好。我刚才说的那个是樊登读书里面有一个叫做叫什么非凡精读馆，然后里面有个黄峥老师的那个书，是我最近在看的那个小说，叫做《我的骨头从未忘记》。哎，看一下意味吃鱼帮他表演一下，看一下这个，他这个是外地姑娘，我第一次吃这个福建家乡的美食。
那天晚上第一次吃，然后我就念念不忘，然后我就今天就跟姐姐说，我一定要再来吃。我觉得这个最好的，其实它这个馅儿做的特别细。
对，而且其实放肉的很好吃，但素的也很好吃。肉的就肯定会更香一点，但是我觉得素的，
我觉得很好吃，
没有太多区别。对我来说啊，可能我不知道，你下次可以去我们家哦。但你也不吃猪肉，我就喜欢看人家吃特别香的样子，
好幸福。
哇，你真的把汤都喝掉了，太厉害了。好吧，我感觉到非常的开心，很有一种好了，轮番的上阵吃鱼堡，真的很幸福。就是我不知道你们是有这种感觉，就是吃到家乡的就小时候的味道的那种幸福感，因为在北京都吃不到。
我喜欢它这个糯糯的口感，就弹弹的，吃起来好开心。
其实是那个芋头和木薯粉做的，因为它是那种 QQ 的、弹弹的，黏黏的。然后
它里面有加任何的糯米之类的吗？
没有。
为什么这么弹？
没有，就是木薯粉和小芋头。把那个小芋头滑滑的
把它拍成芋泥，然后跟木薯粉使劲的揉，
很好吃。
你要再吃还有啊，因为那个最后一口，
主要这个酱料也很好，这个做的这个料也很好吃，
很简单，但是很有效。反正我觉得好像，其实像有些人吃蒜呢，放点蒜也好吃的。但因为我不怎么吃，你也是不怎么吃蒜的。就生蒜，幸福是幸福，就是晚上会渴，你会渴吗？
我觉得味道会有点大。我想提一个 request，我想再吃一点这个青菜。
不然你把这些点吃掉，我再下一点可以吗？
我们再下一点。
哎呦喂，太好了！我也觉得，
我觉得那个好好吃。
Nice， 好啊，那还不如。我可以坐在后面跟大家聊天。你做前景，我做背景还挺好看的。
这个是木耳吗？这个切的很小，这个黑色的部分。
对，木耳。木耳豆干儿，应该还有一些豆腐，因为我就说有一点点那种 QQ 的，然后还有那种香菇的末，就是那种干香菇，所以它特别香那个味道。
幸福，都吃补了。
师姐说给你出门的时候带50个好吗？我说好。然后现在已经吃掉了。那雅红来，我给他做了一些，
就是那个很沉的一包。对，你还给了我
饺子，没有，里面主要还有包子，所以早知道就全部放进去了。包子也很好吃，包子也特别好吃。
太幸福了。
当我早上吃包子就会先喝醋啊什么的。然后喝完豆浆，最后才吃包子，我就不太敢直接上来就吃，就是怕升糖快。
吃什么？就是苹果醋嘛，先喝苹果醋，
那样它升糖速度就降一半。
姐姐，如果豆腐之类，就是豆之类的东西吃多了，长期吃这个东西，就比如说豆腐啊、豆皮啊这些，它是健康的吗？
我觉得你吃豆腐，我觉得是健康的，因为里面还能补钙，因为里面有石膏，石膏其实是补钙的。但是我觉得豆腐竹什么的要稍微小心一点，因为很多腐竹其实它是添加的东西的，有些尤其很硬煮不烂那种要很小心。
因为我特别喜欢吃一个，就是我自己做汤时候喜欢在里面加小鳞卷然后小鳞卷就是它特别好吃，它口感特别好，但是它是油炸的，对吧？我好像就是很喜欢吃那种卷卷类的，油炸过的卷卷类的。
对，我也喜欢。香嘛，人类的生存本能就是喜欢吃香的。你都把它吃了，那就再下新的了。
幸福。
没想到你能把这菜还吃了，我还想这几颗，不知道能不能吃得下。确实很好吃啊，我就想你试一下就知道。你知道我以前是在就我们拍戏的时候，我会跟夏夏他们，就是我们还会有那个油是那种，就是云南的朋友自己做的那种，就是那种菌菇泡的那种油，里面还放了那种。还放的那种叫紫苏籽啊什么，就是特别营养。完了之后，我每次我就拌这种青菜，然后有的时候我们放豆腐，放海带，放什么那个魔芋，然后反正就是放一堆，然后你知道就这么大盆儿，就现在这个这么大盆，
其实跟吃麻辣烫一样。
对，然后就是用那个很简单，就是酱油跟它，这么大盆儿，我们三个人一人得这么大盆儿。然后关键他们吃到都停不下来，就觉得太好吃了。
而且这个吃很舒服，就是它不会胀，然后呢吃的很健康，我觉得
而且就是烫的时间一定要短。青菜烫太久就没那么甜，你们觉得今天特别甜？
对，是的。
对，因为
我喜欢吃那个叶子菜，这个菜我觉得
芥蓝。没事，这后面全是芥蓝。
可以，因为这个摇起来就很好，就是软软的。
对，
这个好好吃。
你不知道芥蓝
舒服。我一般自己烫菠菜比较多，我知道在，然后自己不怎么烫。
其实这边也买不到。
对啊，芥蓝它叫就是超市叫什么？英文叫
是不是？
这是 broccoli meat 吗？
可能是吧。
我查一下，那
是不是
是在中国超市买的
Chinese broccoli？
哦，有可能。
因为它长出来的花也很像芥蓝，不，很像西兰花，一点点像那种西兰花。
对，就是 Chinese broccoli，
真的叫 Chinese broccoli
没
啊？
错，
好吧，
非常正确。
哎呦，那我太厉害，蒙对了，因为它的花有点像那种长条的西兰花的。OK， 我回来看清。
真的好好吃。
哦，还没完全开，等一下。太好了 ，nice。
有点撑了都。
哎呀，
在这捧着肚子。
吃饭还伸舌头。你吃饭呢？都混的抖音直播，那可不，都直播3年了呢。都混的，可不咋地，都混的天天净做直播了。还带货，还聊天，还做饭，还写作业，还一言不发，还突然讲话。
他们说云南那个是鸡枞菌油吗？
哦，鸡枞，对，是鸡枞菌，对，鸡枞菌的油，对，你们太厉害了。
是那种就是底下封了有那个鸡枞菌，
你们俩
上
为什么那么
面是油。
漂亮啊？太开心了，哎呀。
对，我去云南的时候看到好多那种蘑菇的油，
是没有，而且那个是我朋友自己做的，还是特别，就是那个他放了还有放了一些其他的菌，然后关键里面有那个紫苏籽，特别对身体特别好。
紫苏籽就是紫苏吗？
问了10几遍在哪个城市，他们就不回答，在洛杉矶啊，在洛杉矶，还是我的小公寓啊，在学校旁边的小公寓啊。其实虽然毕业了，但是其实短片还没有完全做完，片子做完了，但是有片花呀，然后有一些海报啊，什么跟老师有一些他们说什么电影节的什么一些计划什么这那的，所以还没有完全完。
你旁边的美女应该不吃蔬菜，我已经吃了2碗蔬菜了，我觉得这个好好吃。
哦，姐姐脖子上项链想看一下，好，摘给你们看。哎呀，我脖子上全是汗。
这个好看，
热
死了，材质
就是是那个施华洛世奇珍珠和那个碧玺黑碧玺，还挺好看的，回头送你一个吧。
谢谢。
我不知道我这儿有没有，但是回去基本上可以给你。是这样的，哎，哦，戴上了，我也喜欢戴，很亮，这也适合你。我觉得这种稍微打眼一点的都特别适合你，是吧？
我买了好多上次你们出的那个戒指，就是有一个那个上面一圈儿，
啊，
我买了3、4个上次你们出的戒指，就上一季出的戒指。
什么样的？
就是有一圈儿，有一个是简单就是金色的，还有一个是圈上面有那个小钻，碎钻的，就是碎的那个小粉青色小石头的那种感觉，那个很好看。
对，那个就是它比较不稳定货源，因为它有的时候有石头，有的时候没有，因为都是真石头的，所以就比较。
好多人问姐姐青菜汁怎么调汁儿？
青菜汁怎么调汁？
就是这个青菜，我也是今天学到了，我之前真的不知道。我觉得这个吃了，反正就是比吃沙拉舒服一点。我其实也能吃沙拉，但是有时候我吃了生的太多，我会觉得有点胀气，就有点消化的不是特别舒服。所以我觉得这个就是焯过一遍水的，然后再凉拌的，更适合中国人的胃。
对，尤其是你生理期什么少吃点。
对。我把这个拿过来。
好。
其实就是芥蓝和那个西兰花。
没想到你这么能吃菜，你刚才还前面觉得可能吃不完。
对啊，没想到我已经喝了1碗汤，吃了2个芋圆，然后又吃了2盘这个了。主要是这个花椒油太给力了。
对，是这个油真的很给力。我想，不知道我后面有没有朋友来可以带的。 这边买不着，就能买到没这么好。
我来看，这是四川产。上海藤椒油。
对，这个是，而且它一定要买藤椒油。
藤椒和花椒区别是啥？藤椒是那个小一点的绿色的，
对对对。
花椒是那个红色的。
对。
藤椒好像就是会
更新鲜一点。
对，它，
我喜欢藤椒，反正是。等一下啊，先放在这里，给大家看一下调味是吗？哎呦，其实特别简单，就是我们就是西兰花和这个芥蓝，你们不要看简单，真的非常好吃。以前我们那个夏什么的都吃到停不下来。然后调其实非常简单，就是一些橄榄油，然后你再放一些这个藤椒油。我觉得这个牌子藤椒油真的挺好的，就 FK 吧，这是我从国内带来的这个藤椒油非常好。然后还有就是有一些就这个就太容易买到了，就是海天的那个零添加的生抽，不要买老抽生抽。人家说啊，拌菜谁会用老抽 ？OK， 我原谅我的无知，反正 anyway 就是生抽。这个零添加的这个很好，味道特别好，就是这个3个其实合在一起，
然后呢，盐和胡椒
不要用，对，就这3样，就没有任何别的什么东西。然后你回去试一下，前提就是这个菜啊，不要让它冒大泡啊，冒小泡就把它拿起来，你都开了就没有那么清甜了。来，你来吃吧，来，啊，
我喜欢吃这个芥蓝，
吃不下那个汤圆的，对吧？年糕也吃不下了哈。算了，
过一会儿呗，
好吧，
待会儿再看，吃完这个再看。
那等一会儿。哪3样啊？全没听清啊！给你们看一下哪3样哈。就是这个，其实你们用来拌所有的菜都好吃，就是橄榄油，就是初榨的那种橄榄油，很简单。然后就是这种藤椒油，藤就是那个四川人都知道啊，就是不是绿色的那个藤椒油。然后再放一个这个就是海天的这种，我觉得不是在推荐孩子，然后我做广告的，就是这个零添加的这个，因为我就觉得它的味道正好，就是你放一些它不咸味道还蛮好的，而且它因为无添加嘛，所以不是转基因啊什么的，所以挺好的，就这3样，很简单。
藤椒油一点都不辣，它就是有那个香味，对，
就是很香。你不吃西兰花了是吧？那我把西兰花吃掉，你吃芥蓝。
我吃不下那么多，你也多吃一点。
没事，给你吃个花吧。这是芥蓝的花 ，Chinese broccoli， 我都蒙对了，太好笑了。你们都对呀，他说我们都穿了西瓜的衣服耳环，哎，真的耶！我这上面有个西瓜，对。
我觉得这个配色太好看了，就是粉红色配绿色。
对，
我太喜欢这一季的设计了，特别有点法式的感觉，有点那个天使爱美丽的感觉。
这个1000人干1斤菜差不多。那你可小瞧我了，我早上榨绿汁就得3斤。然后还没算，我就说喝蔬果露还得再多一些。看不见了。你要马上回去做你的展了是吗？
对，我16号走。16号晚上走，然后但我4月中回来
，4月中就回来了。
对，
看看这个爱吃菜的小妹妹，
太好吃了。我今天学会了。
一只兔子。
我今天学会了，我回去也要这样做。
特别简单，而且特别，就我没想到啊。就是没想到配料那么简单，我好多朋友来吃完这个都说，哎，怎么这么好吃，这么简单？
这个太像就是麻辣烫，但是麻辣烫吃起来舒服多了，因为它不油。
对，
它里面没有什么油。
对。
其实有点像吃火锅的时候吃那个。
蔬果露和绿汁是天天喝吗？绿汁是天天喝，蔬果露。 我回来喝了2次吧。实际上因为有的时候会中午，比如说早上起来喝完绿汁，我就跑去运动了，然后直接回来就中午有的时候12点多，然后就直接就吃午餐了。那有的时候就把蔬果露这舱给错过了。但是平常我回来的头2天，我就是吃蔬果露，而且我觉得其实我生着吃完人更舒服，就是我胃更舒服，就是我吃蔬果露啊，不知道为什么吃熟的呢，我觉得相对来说我消化起来还是不知道为什么，我觉得很奇怪。可能是因为那是糊糊，是不是？
那姐，如果是那个蔬果露，它其实也有点甜，那早上先吃那个或升糖的话怎么办？
没有啊，因为它里面60%是蔬菜，只有40%是水果，所以里面保留了所有的膳食纤维。
就可以帮助。
对，就是为什么一定要吃那个蔬果露，不能吃那种，比如说你早上要是打一个那种就还是蛮可怕的。比如说你打一个，很多人爱把香蕉、牛油果再加什么其他甜的搞在一起，或者一种什么草莓、苹果什么那种。
对，我有一阵子就是很喜欢吃美国这边的，就是那种acai bowl，就是巴西蓝莓的那个，然后就说这个特别健康。我觉得巴西莓本身确实特别健康，但是美国它的做法里面全部都是甜的，因为它里面放很多香蕉，放很多苹果，放很多那个almond butter， 放那种，或者甚至还有放花生酱、杏仁酱的，然后那个做出来一碗就是非常甜的。然后我以前吃它是因为大家都说这个是特别健康的，后来我才发现这个 health trend 就这种流行趋势好像是不正确的。
就像以前，像我们不是老去欧海嘛，就我们以前很喜欢去欧海，大家关注我们视频就知道，我们还喜欢那边的一家素食餐厅。欧海它不是橙汁的发祥地嘛，对吧？但是其实橙汁对身体就非常不好。
是的，
因为它就升糖太快了，它里面没有纤维的。
我也是到了那儿才知道，他们发明了 orange juice 这个东西，就是为了帮助欧海卖他们的橘子，就是这完全是一个广告效应。
因为那时候的人可能也不知道对身体不好，是吧？他们发明的时候，它其实好多营养健康知识啊，关于这个血糖啊什么，可能都稳定的，可能是随着这个很多糖尿病人的出现啊，什么这些，才慢慢得到重视的。
就我现在已经完全不喝纯水果汁了，因为如果里面就是一杯橙汁，其实里面得有3-4个橙子才能榨出来一杯，那就是一天吃3-4个橙子，就纯喝那一杯的热量太高，而且太甜了。
对，它没有，它其实热量倒还好，因为橙子嘛，但它就那个 sweetness， 它是让你血糖非常不稳定，你这么冲上去，然后再下来，然后血糖不稳定，对女性激素也会有很大影响。然后血糖稳定是这个所有健康的一个根本吧，就血糖只要乱了，其实好多都会乱。我其实做的也不好，因为我经常晚上就很想吃点水果，其实晚上吃水果也不好。我经常晚上睡前说，哎呀，实在忍不住了，要不吃个橙子吧，其实特别不好，哪怕它带纤维，其实没有那么，不能说特别不好，但没有那么好。哪怕你吃2果仁都好一点，都比吃个橙子好。但就是不知道进出炒美股嘛，有什么仓位？糖糕怎么吃？姐姐讲讲。没有糖糕是说血糖高是吧？每天吃豆制品会胀气吗？我觉得你要做的好一点就还好吧，就是比如说豆子要泡发好啊，然后其实你要膳食纤维吃多了，其实都会有一点点胀气，但是慢慢你的肠胃适应了就会好一点。吃哪些对情绪好啊，姐姐？对情绪好，我想想哈，你这是一个特别好的问题。我觉得其实总的来说，那我想想啊，它分作就是说一种对你很有安慰剂的，比如说你吃 甜的蛋糕啊什么，你会觉得哇好幸福啊，但那个其实长期来说对你其实是不好的嘛，对吧？因为它走的有点像我们毒品的同样的那个通路，它就刺激你的多巴胺分泌，然后让你上瘾。那你可以坐过来一点点，然后我把这个机器，对，然后把这个稍微，要不然一直偏
这样我还可以给大家看这个码，
对，我这样往前一点点，要不然听不见，对。然后呢，但是呢，你们有没有发现，如果我们去健身完，或者你这段时间特别规律的话，其实我每次运动完我回来就想吃比较清淡的，比如说想吃蔬果露啊，想吃这种比较健康的餐，那其实上都是我们的这个肠道菌群在作祟，所以很多时候呢。我们要明白说，不是吃什么东西会对我们的情绪好，因为你要这样想的话，当然吃甜的东西对情绪好啊，但它其实走的是让你上瘾的那个通路，它让你升糖、血糖忽高忽低，它对你健康其实非常不好，它相当于是一种即时的快乐嘛，对吧？就是喂养多巴胺的这种快乐。那你就要知道说，其实我应该培养一个长期的一个健康的习惯，去滋养我的肠道菌群，让我的肠道健康之后，其实你想吃什么不是你说了算，是你的肠道菌群说了算。那如果你是坏菌比较多的时候，你就想吃比较不健康的；那如果你是好菌比较多的时候，它就呼喊那个健康的食物。所以呢，这个时候你就是说，首先要把肠道养好，然后比如说多吃蔬菜水果啊，然后这个吃肠道益生菌啊，让自己把这个肠道养护好，那不会发生比如说有些过敏啊、免疫系统失调啊，其实都是肠道的问题。然后你把肠道好菌调好了之后，你会慢慢发现，以前你想吃特别辣、特别甜、特别重口的，现在可能你简简单单的吃个青菜，你也觉得很有味儿。那很多喜欢吃重口的人看到我吃这个，肯定就会觉得说，哎呀，吃的什么鬼啊，每天过的是不是人的日子？但是如果你已经这个习惯了这样的一个饮食，或者你的肠道在一个呼唤这样的食品的这样的一个环境里，其实你没有吃会很想的，就是你比如说你回去一段时间，比如说哇就开始碳水快乐啊，各种的什么各种的就是胡吃海塞的，完了之后其实你就会觉得幸福完就是快乐的晕眩，很想睡，然后呢人非常昏沉。过2天其实你就知道说，其实我应该回到这样的饮食，是让我其实是真正的感觉到一种清明的快乐。我们像刚才讲那个快乐，我们还是要分一种是让我们走那个多巴胺和毒品那样的一个脑神经回路的那种这种即时的快乐，和这种油糖混合物的快乐，还是就是这种让你身体感觉到有能量的清明的这种很感觉很清醒吧，就是不是那种脑雾很强的那种这种快乐。所以我觉得你要先把这个快乐自己都尝试一下啊，就是说那个快乐你感觉一下啊，我以前很喜欢，以前我特别累的时候，我就喜欢吃一大碗面条，就那种汤面啊，就是哇一吃碗大汤面，我就觉得我身心都做了 SPA， 我感觉我的胃也暖暖的，是吧？然后很烫啊，吃下去我就觉得很幸福，然后我觉得太好了，我一会儿就困得晕眩，我就去睡觉了。以前我觉得这是对我身体太好的事情，我后来才发现说其实对我身体是不好的。首先那么烫，它会伤害我的胃黏膜，然后它会让我们的那个口腔啊、咽喉啊其实是会受伤的。那还有一个就是有的时候一上来就一大碗面条，有没有吃比如说这些能够降糖的这些比如说哪怕你吃点蛋白质，你先吃几片肉什么其实都行啊，但是不要一上来就是一碗大面条，吃个拌面，以前我喜欢。然后那样的话你升糖快，你之所以困幸福的晕眩是因为你困啊，血糖一下就冲上来，然后血糖冲上来它有个很大的问题，就是它有的时候会降的也非常快，有的时候会造成比如说你会出现一些低血糖的问题啊，然后出现低血糖的问题，你的肝脏就要开始忙着处理你的血糖问题，然后这时候你的肝脏本来是负责排毒的，要排一些激素啊，然后这些皮质醇啊什么你用完的雌激啊什么应该把它分解排出体外的，他就忙不了那个事儿了，然后他就忙着去给你处理血糖了。这个时候呢，你的这个体内就会有脂肪把这些毒素、把这些激素给包起来。 就是为什么后来我们的内脏脂肪就越来越多，然后我们发现那个压力肥，就是好多时候就是你怎么减脂好像都减不下去这一块儿，那它很多时候都是这样，就是所以血糖其实是特别重要的，就是说，那个控糖革命那本书，我们之前给大家挂过链，推荐给大家，这个。就这本推荐给大家，我觉得就是说，控糖革命不是说我们完全不吃甜的东西，或者说完全断水果，完全断什么，它其实就是告诉你说吃饭的顺序啊，然后包括这些葡萄糖是怎么进入血液，它是怎么开始运作的，然后包括有一些号称这个无糖的东西，为什么其实对我们的血糖也不利，就是可以看一下这本书，你可以先拿回去看。
我那天看的视频就是他，对，就是他发的视频，然后就是因为
他有一个什么控糖女神俱乐部还叫什么啊？
对，就是他那天发了视频，发他一天当中吃什么，然后呢，他就说最重要的就是早餐的时候千万要吃 savory 的，不要吃 sweet。
对。
然后我当时就是给了我带来了巨大的震惊。
是，它里面专门讲到了早餐要多吃咸的东西。
对，他有一个 Vogue 的视频，就是跟他一天，然后看他一天都在吃些什么。
那你要转发给我。
好，
他可以 share 给网友也可以。对，因为就是血糖，以前总觉得说，我们没有这种，比如说糖尿病啊什么的，好像测血糖也没有很高啊，是不是可以不注意？但现在发现，其实女生有的时候为了让你自己能够在一个就是说包括你的激素水平要想稳定的话，其实控糖是第一步，就是要让血糖稳定，先让血糖小组稳定。之前给大家推荐过那本书叫《女性密码》嘛，它里面就讲到女性的这个激素怎样能够保持稳定。它第一呢是要这个血糖小组要工作正常。血糖小组工作正常了，然后刚才说到了血糖不稳定，肝脏的代谢什么就会出问题，然后代谢小组才能正常，然后代谢小组正常了，排毒小组才能正常，排毒小组正常了，你的激素才能正常，所以它其实是全部都是这样的一个连锁反应，所以第一个就是血糖非常非常重要。就是它是
它被叫葡萄糖女神就是她，还有600万粉丝然后而且她很年轻，她92年的所以就是我那天看她就是这个东西，她早上吃什么，她一天的这个视频。
Addicted to coffee. I try to quit every 2 days, but I can't. It's just too good.
What is your coffee order today?
My coffee order is flat white with full fat dairy milk. And I hate this idea that oat milk is good for you for some reason. Oat milk is just starch juice.
这个也改变我了。
对，他说其实 oat milk
很不好。对。
It's a nightmare for your glucose levels. Now, if you want to have something that's not dairy, I recommend almond milk or coconut milk, unsweetened always. So check the back of the package and make sure there's no extra added sugar in there.
And what about what's behind you?
All those delicious little pastries. If you can't resist, it's always better to choose a savory pastry over a sweet one. If I had to choose here something, I would have the cheddar scone over there. But if you really want this very tasty cookie, here's what you do. You buy it now, but you eat it for dessert after your lunch. That's another hack. Remember, never have sugar on an empty stomach, only as dessert after a meal for a smaller spike, and so you can feel better.
就我觉得他讲的东西没有那么的难 follow， 因为他就是说就是
不要空肚子吃甜的。对，
而且他那个关于因为我觉得有一阵子 oat milk 也是一个就是
fashion
对 health trend， 然后
对，关键是好喝，比那个 almond milk 好喝。
对，但他说它就是一个 starch juice， 它就是一个什么
糖，
对，它就是小糖水儿，相当于。
但是如果你放到比如说跟一些比如像我有的时候我把它跟一些什么 nuts 在一起就还好，就你不能把它就是说单独喝，我现在也不怎么单独喝那个oat milk， 确实是我也是看它这个改变的，因为我以前做那个 cappuccino 我特别喜欢放，
对我也是，对，有一阵因为我喝牛奶会长痘痘，我有点不太耐受，所以我就在寻找牛奶的替代品。然后有一阵子呢，我就全部都是喝那个 oat milk， 但是现在我就发现喝 oat milk 升糖很快，所以还是坚果奶比较好。
你知道怎么做？自己做 almond milk 就很好喝，在街上买的都不好喝。
怎么做呀？
特别简单。
我之前教过夏威夷果的那个，哇！我现在还想着那个太好吃了。
没有那个就是很简单，你就是把那个杏仁稍微放到冰箱里面稍微泡一下，泡个大概也是6个小时吧左右，然后你就是把它加水，就是说2:1，就比如说这一个水你把它分3份，底下1份1/3是那个杏仁，然后上面是水，二的这个空间是水，然后你就把它打完之后拿一个过滤布一挤出来就是杏仁奶，特别的香，而且生的。
真的吗？
呀，
所以杏仁奶其实就是杏仁跟水打碎，
但是问题是在外面买的，你吃吧。但问题就是快吃吧，这么爱吃，I'm so happy。然后，但问题就是在外面买的那个杏仁奶，它水加多了，它没味儿。我觉得我自己做的杏仁奶可好喝了，是奶香，而且是雪白的。
对啊，我觉得
雪白。
我喝就是我之前不喜欢加这个杏仁奶到咖啡里面，原因是因为它杏仁奶做出来咖啡不香。
对，
确实就是
对，因为它太稀了。自己家打的就很浓。因为我以前是有一种 smoothie，是可以打在一起，杏仁奶就是我用杏仁奶，然后加那个 coconut， 就是加那个椰子水。
毛衣喜欢的不得了，买完了一个接一个，买完一个接一个，停不下来。
就真的很好看，真的很好看。确实是我自己也是觉得怎么一年比一年好看。
我也是。
然后我刚没讲完那个呢，你回去教一下。哎呀，你这个你绝对打出来，又健康又 creamy 的，好吃的不得了。杏仁奶自己做完之后，然后你放那个 coconut， 就完整的椰子，然后你不仅把椰子水倒出来，你一定要把那个外面那个椰白倒进去。
对。
然后呢，你再放一个牛油果，因为那个椰子水是新鲜的，对。你可以放2个椰子水，放1个那个白，然后你再放那个杏仁奶。对，你放1个吧，因为有杏仁奶，有那个 coconut， 有那个白，然后再放牛油果，你打出来就特别好。那个为什么是好的？
那是 smoothie 了，是不是？那是什么质感？
那个东西它就是一个特别 creamy， 但那个为什么是升糖速度还可以呢？后来我问 Sam 老师说为什么，因为他是不建议我把香蕉和牛油果打在一起，因为一个是糖，一个是脂肪，他不建议糖进去。但他说那个我们放的3个其实都是坚果类，就是都是 fat 类。就比如说那个是 fat， 就是牛油果是
fat， 对。
然后那个
坚果类
coco 呢，它相当于是一个
果肉
坚果一样的东西，对。然后完了也是一个那个椰子也是脂肪类，
对。
然后你再放这个coconut milk， 其实也是偏脂肪类，加一些蛋白，还有这个就在一起就没有问题，你也不会吃完感觉很不舒服。但我说哇，我有一段时间老打那个，但那个就是非常 creamy， 因为做起来就是要有点麻烦嘛，因为我每天得先打杏仁奶。我有一段时间非常乐此不疲的做那个，因为我觉得很好吃，特别的奶。
我现在还很喜欢吃你之前做那个夏威夷果糖，那个太香了。
也可以做腰果，对，就是那个素的奶油蘑菇汤。
我得下去一下，给我的车加一个，我们停了2个小时，我去加一下时间。
OK， 我差不多了，我跟大家们说下播了，那你就再上来聊一会儿。
好呀。
好，我下播，我们就
我就停在你家楼上。楼下就停在你家对面。
不是，你可以就停在那个小区里面，你反正来了也很快会走嘛，所以你不用停在那个 quarter 那儿的吧？
没有，我就是停在街边。没事，我就去加个，因为它一次性只能停2小时，所以我就给它加一下。
OK， 你穿得够哈？
我穿。
今天外面很冷。
是。
好，我正好你上来了，我也下播了，我们可以聊会天儿，待会儿。好啦，最后跟大家聊几句，然后趁着这个一位妹妹去给车加一个时间，然后跟大家聊10分钟，我就下播啦。很开心今天，因为也是托了她的机缘，所以跟大家能够吃饭聊天很轻松。豆腐汤怎么做啊？豆腐汤其实非常简单，就是说大家要找到这个东西很重要。
豆腐汤的关键呢在于这个味增调料，就是这是白味增，这是红味增，其实味道都很好。那豆腐汤它的还有一个是要点是这个，还有一个是这种，就可以买一个这种小的裙带菜，这种是如果你们能在国内买到新鲜的更好。就这个呢是我在这边买的，就是那种韩国出的吧，应该是，就这种小小的，你看这种小小的这种像海带苗一样，它泡开呢就是那种小海带苗。为什么这两个是关键呢？因为其实啊，豆腐只要跟味增在一起，味道就非常好。那一般来说我就会放，其实特别简单，就放一点姜片，然后我就放一点，比如冬菇放在里面，先熬一个汤，熬一会儿，然后把豆腐再放进去，再熬一个，可能先白水，先不放味增的哈，然后放一点这个就是放点海盐什么的，再熬个10-20分钟，然后完了之后就把火关了，然后把这个味增调完之后呢，包括海带，就是把海带下去，然后把味增一调出来，汤就很好喝了。因为味增呢不建议说太高的温度煮，我今天是因为前面我觉得可能是放了花椒有点苦，所以我就一直想用这个味道冲一下它。那平常我其实是会把它调完以后，就是基本上是关了火，然后把海带下去之后再调它，就大概80度90度吧，就不会到100度的这种高温。所以这个就买这个 miso， 就是这个味增调料是做豆腐汤的关键。在里面你当然还可以自己再发挥，有的时候我会放一些我自己喜欢的菌菇啊，比如说像这种我们家乡的鹿茸菌啊，然后放一点什么这种小香菇啊，或者放一点什么那个叫什么羊肚菌啊，什么都可以。姐姐指甲什么颜色？是这种灰蓝色，都快不行了，就过年的时候做的，已经都只剩一半了。怎么不拍戏了？怎么不拍戏了？怎么不拍戏了？重要的问题问3遍4遍。对，不拍戏的原因是因为我把这个有点吵，我感觉我声音有点在喊，因为那个东西太吵了。为什么不拍戏了？这2年确实是没有打算马上拍戏的原因，是因为还是想，其实因为过去的2年半在 FI 上学，看似是在上学，忙得要死，但大部分时间其实都在拍摄啊，赶着上课啊，然后真正的安静下来看书和大量阅片的时间其实不多，所以呢就想趁着这2年吧，就是说安静下来看看片子啊，然后最近在上一些心理学的那种公开课，就在网上自己上，就是做一些学习计划，然后写点东西，因为要学幕后嘛，那其实幕后跟幕前它的这个节奏就非常不一样了，因为在幕前可能你不管怎么样，像我这种超级懒的，可能1年拍1部，你第2年也会有东西出来，对吧？那如果做幕后就不一定了，有些导演的处女作可能3年5年都是正常的，有些7年都是正常的。就像我之前很喜欢有个女导演叫她导过那个《爱的暂停键》，那个女导演她就是7年写的那个剧本，好多啊，就是我们有的时候有校友回来分享，都是5年7年的。所以呢，就是说人生就是这样，你还是希望去探索一些跟之前不太一样的工作吧，然后呢但是你要明白，就是说它跟你以前的那个反馈节奏一定是不一样，那也就是要更加耐得住寂寞一点，然后呢既然要做，就是说希望它需要积累的时间也要多很多，所以呢其实就是就是因为这个原因吧，所以上了2年半学，然后还打算今年至少今年吧，就是还是会可能不太会就是去工作吧。来了 OK 小心。
姐姐，我决定再来1碗汤。
哈？你怎么现在走一圈真的还能再吃啊？你不会吃不舒服吧？
我不想吃渣渣，我就想来点汤。
可以啊，
我就喝点里面。
那要再热一下吗？
不用吧，就温的就可以。
有点温哦。
我刚刚下去，没有，我就感觉我喝完汤之后我特别 别舒服，我现在都不疼了。
真的吗？
我刚刚还有一点疼。
哦，nice。
喝汤还蛮有用的。
太好了，那就我再给你稍微热，你生理期还是喝点热的。
哎，那我是不是还没有吃绿豆汤？我是不是应该省？
你可以喝绿豆汤吗？我不知道我觉得你生理期，要不然忍一忍。
哦，好吧。
我怕万一是寒的。
也有道理，
是吧？刚才说，之前说2个字的书叫什么？我说了什么2个字的书吗？2个字的书，
控糖革命和那个身体里的记忆有2个字的吗？
哦，对啊，没有2个字的，2个字。哎呦，想不起来了，这有点难，猜谜一样。姐姐的心理学课在哪里上啊？就是在 B 站上有那个，之前给大家推荐的是汪章老师给我推荐的那个课程，你不用管，你放在那儿。对，他那个是 B 站有一个，
我不知道你
就叫心理学，有一个公开课很好，耶鲁大学的，就是给大家看看这个，就是这个，比利大学。就是上面有这个耶鲁大学叫心理学知名公开课，适合每一个人学习，就这个非常好。对，在上面。所以呢，因为现在其实在网络上学习已经非常方便了，所以更多的其实就是说，其实是你想不想学的问题，而不是说，就是说有没有资源的问题。其实以后看不是马斯克说都不用上大学了吗？就大学都没有什么用啊。所以从这个角度讲，其实知识的获取是特别的平等了。从这个角度讲啊，就资源上，但问题就在于说我们有没有这样的一个动力和好奇心。我觉得这个是最重要的。就如果很多时候为什么说，所以从小我觉得像我这种学渣也蛮好的，反正从小也不爱学习，所以呢就还没有学怕，就学习属于懒懒散散的。然后现在呢就变得有好奇心，就愿意学。那有些可能就是成绩像你们可能很努力啊什么，是不是就有点学怕了？然后有的时候研究生毕业啊什么就不想学习了。那这样其实更不好，就是因为人生毕竟是一场长跑嘛，而且以后很多时候我们为了一些可能有，就比如说很多时候为了这个生存啊，或者好像更热门的工作选的这个职业，以后未来可能都会被机器人代替嘛。那这样的话，其实能够维持和保持一个好奇心，去终身学习，就变得特别重要啊。就是它就是一个，对，就是一个根本了吧。就是说你能不能利用好现在的这样的一个。其实相对公平的一个学习资源，就问题就在于你想不想学。就像卡梅隆，人家都没有上过电影学院，我看很多厉害的导演都没上过电影学院，所以其实也是可上可不上。
还有好多创业家都是辍学。
对，蓝光眼镜是什么牌子的？这牌子叫 Olivia， 好像叫 Olivia。这个叫 Olivia and Co， 这个是上海的一个牌子。这个牌子我很喜欢的原因是它非常擅长做。哇，又来一碗，
我又来搞了一碗汤，
我都不行了，我都吃太饱了。
天，这个汤太舒服了。
对，你就是因为难受今天，所以
我想给你们加一点花椒，
这有点淡哈。对，这个牌子它是专门做这种小朋友的，就是它是从儿童眼镜开始一直做起的，所以它比较很轻，就是特别特别轻。为什么我一直戴着？可以，大美女多喝点，
谢谢。姐姐的汤真的好好喝，我觉得好幸福。
每天喝七情汁如何不寒凉？渣子也要一起喝吗？不要喝渣子。七情汁就是你喝一小杯嘛，如果你怕寒凉的话，你喝个比如说350毫升啊什么的。静坐对控糖有帮助吗？我觉得静坐跟控糖它是两件事情，就是对，但是如果血糖不稳定的话，对情绪也有影响。这两点他们是有言一致的啊，就是说， 就是说控糖做得好，静坐做得好，对情绪都有帮助。这点是的。
我最近很喜欢上一个静坐老师的课
啊，
然后呢，因为每次上他课，他都会把我们带到一个不同的情景里面
啊。
有的时候是，就可能这个比较初级的课需要在一个情景，但是我就觉得我上他的课，我一次就可以做1个小时。就有的时候是在河边，然后呢，把自己的情绪像扔石子一样扔掉。有的时候是在一个森林旁边，有的时候是在宇宙的中心，想象自己是一个发光的太阳。然后就是让我
用你的想象力是吧？
对，让我上他课上的很上瘾，因为我就很想说，下堂是什么？就好好看，这啥？
他们要截个图，这个眼镜的牌叫 Olivia & Co。我们原来对眼镜包，
这么可爱，
对，它就是这样，对，很可爱。
这么好看吗？
对，就这样放着的，对，对，它就是这个牌子，我们原来直播间有的，就是我们当时就说去找这个牌子有上，现在有没有就不知道了。有白头发了？你说你有白头发了，还是说我有白头发？我好像是这边有一根。我前一段时间这边摘掉一根，然后我嫂子前段时间她来我家，然后说好像我这边还有一根。
我都有好多白头发了，
是吗？你是绿头发？
但我们家遗传白头发
哦。我们家这方面的那个，现在购物车有拍了眼镜，好好看。对，它就是直播间有这个，是的，这个就是好轻啊，就是完全你看也要有印儿还是有点印儿。我正想说完全没印儿，一看还是有点印儿，但就特别轻。设置回放，谢谢。没截到啊，这个是要截这个是不是？味增这个牌子还不错的。早午餐蔬果露是不是不要加太多水果？对，60%的蔬菜，40%的水果。耳环有链接吗？耳环有的，这是他这样放的，有一个它是一对撞色。我前段时间戴的是一对紫，然后这是一对黄。主播都没有什么白头发，我33岁都这个其实跟年纪没有什么关系，它有的时候就是跟遗传基因比较有关系。能看一下味增啊？好嘞，这个味增，对，这样子。
味增要放多少？
味增你就放1勺就行，我就放1汤匙。对。
而且你的味增是最后放。
眼镜购物车有，对，眼镜购物车有，这样子。对。男性人、生性人是男性人还是空腹运动前喝杯黑咖啡好吗？其实我不知道因为我没有喝过。但是呢，其实咖啡好像控糖女神说可以喝是吧？
就是我其实查了很多这种能不能空腹喝咖啡的资料，因为我很喜欢早上起来喝一杯咖啡，但是我现在看到的很多资料就是2种都有，有的人说空腹喝咖啡，然后呢你会产生胃酸，长期对胃特别不好。Momo 之前就跟我说，他就是习惯了空腹咖啡，后来
对胃刺激吧？
对，然后他后来做了胃的手术。但是呢，我也有看，就是空腹。就是也有看一些说早上起来喝一杯咖啡可以帮助消化，你可以排水肿啊这些，所以但是我觉得这个有一点根据个人体质。
对，我觉得你可以问一下 ChatGPT 我的豆包现在很厉害。杏仁是美国大杏仁巴旦木吧？对的，是的，是巴旦木。买南杏仁，对，是南杏仁，不是北杏仁。
杏仁还分
对，美国大杏仁，对。没找到眼镜儿，可以挪步到那个红红，挪步到红红平台就有了。亚麻籽无花果泡红糖，我觉得你亚麻籽无花果，关键是泡红糖不太建议吧？就你可能可以吃完一些升糖慢的东西，再喝红糖水，可能会好一点。除了味增还放什么调料啊？其实我就放一点黑胡椒，放点海盐一点点，就是喝绿枝会草酸高吗？应该不会吧。我都喝了多少年了？5年了。那个刚才你怎么还这么漂亮？阿祖看起来老没有，阿祖在生活中看还是很帅的，阿祖还是很帅的。 餐前什么时间喝苹果醋呢？我觉得你餐前如果你要比如说吃这种大面条子，我觉得餐前10分钟，因为我觉得你半个小时以后可能就没什么用了吧。对，餐前半个小时可以喝点水，因为它可以增加你的那个这种胃酸的分泌嘛。但是如果苹果醋的话，就在你吃这个哇，你真的好厉害啊！太好了，
我又喝完了，又完了。
太好了，太好了，我太开心了，因为就是为你熬的，要不然我今天晚上就不熬汤了。所以你喝的这么好，我太开心了。
哇，我今天吃了2-3碗蔬菜，2碗这个汤，还有2个浴包。
联想冥想是线上吗？他在问你呢。联想冥想，你那个
我上的那个课是一个线下课，对，因为我其实很喜欢大家坐在一起的那个感觉，但是我知道我去的那家工作室，他们也有线上课，就是线上线下都有。而且其实现在我觉得线上冥想课资源还蛮普及的，很多 app 都有。
对 ，Calm 就有，对吧？就那个叫平静的那个英文单词，那个是一个最早的冥想 app 了吧？
我上的那家课叫做 Unplug。我那天在想怎么翻译，
拔掉插头，断电，
对，
这就是给你让你跟生活就是稍微断电一会儿。孔雀无双真的很好看哦。对了，刚才说这个那本 AI 的书叫什么哈？叫做这个叫做AI 文明史前史啊。然后那个作者叫张笑宇。我跟我一样的张，然后大笑的笑，宇宙的宇，在笑宇宙，
名字好大气，
好大气。
对啊，
写的非常好啊，就还挺浪漫。我看到后面哭了，最后一张这结尾，我就在那不，而且有点痛哭的意思
啊？为啥？
因为他最后的那个结尾特别浪漫写的，但是一种很心酸的浪漫，也就是比如说数千万年之后，就是我们的后裔，就是我们的 AI。在宇宙中见到别的星球的人的时候，然后再问起他们的起源的时候，他会说我们曾经是就是我们的史前人。那为什么叫前史？就是我们就是他们的史前人类嘛。就说我们的这个祖先是这样子的一群智人，他们自称自己叫智人，然后开始讲我那天念了那段，哇，给我感动的坏了。然后它里面讲到说，智人的优点啊，因为他们也就是这些 AI，它也继承了，比如说孔子啊、柏拉图啊、亚里士多德啊，也都在他们的血液里，所以它基因里面还流淌着我们的文明的血液。但他说智人确实有他智人的一个这个就是生理缺陷，就是第一，他们受这个两性操纵，就是说它是一个就是靠两性来生育和繁衍的这样的一个物种，所以相对来说也比较受局限。比如说他们会受到性欲的操纵啊，会受到这种仇恨的操纵啊，就他们有的时候很难抵抗自己人性的一些弱点。然后他们说是由这个两性来共同抚养后代，但是呢，其中的分工又极端的不均，就是极端的不平等、不公平，因为女性承担了绝大部分的那个生育的痛苦，对吧？和危险，然后养育的痛苦全部都是女性，所以他就讲，其实，在两性分工上又极端的不公。它里面讲到了很多，对，它里面讲到了很多，就是讲到他既爱这个他们的祖先，我们这些史前的人类，又非常客观的分析了，就包括他们的由于他们自身的这种性格的这种就是人性的受到欲望的操纵嘛，所以战争不断啊。然后就讲我们是怎么样的一个时代。
我现在突然明白，就是这个书其实讲的是我们现在这个时代，但是它换到假设它是未来，
对
未来看现在，
对。
那它到底它是虚构类的吗？
它不是虚构类的，它其实是从它为什么说这本书挺厉害的呢？就它提出了很多很棒的概念，比如它前面是讲到 AI 如何诞生的，然后它里面讲到说以前的 AI 他们就设计说是一种像是一个逻辑体系嘛。就是觉得说是任何事情都像是有公式推导出来，让他们能够有一个智能的结果。后来发现其实 AI 到现在 AI 之所以进化这么快，它其实上是一种生物体系，就是说我们就有点像我们人类的智能是怎么涌现的，就是说其实是无数的脑神经网络涌现出来的一个智能。然后它现在就是其实是一个涌现的体系，就是神经网络的体系。然后它里面讲到了从 AI 的最早人工智能的出现到现在， 然后他讲了一个，他提出那个人类当量嘛，就是说到底，他说 AI 替代人类为什么是必然？因为它是个经济规律，就是说因为一个这个 AI 的这个人类当量可能是10000:1，也就是说你的生产力只有 AI 的1/1000，就是同样的价值，那你说经济规律你就是必须被淘汰啊。所以呢，它这个概念很厉害。然后
所以在那个书里面就已经没有人了，我们都是
没有，他有人，他其实里面就是讲到，包括他讲到那个对 AI 未来的一些预测啊什么，那我给你看这个，哎呀，真的很好这本书，反正我看的就很澎湃，然后当然也有点
角度真的还挺有意思，我一开始没有听懂什么叫史前史，
对，
但现在
文明史前史，对，
这是你的笔记吗？
对。
哇哦，
对，但这个是很好就导出来的笔记，对，它里面的这种复杂神经还好我为什么说听书有用？因为我是个文科生，它的它总共我导在电子书里面，它是大概1000页的样子吧，就前1/10我是看不太懂的，里面讲了太多人物的名词啊，就 AI 出现的，然后很多的那个数学的概念，我就看不太懂。然后我介绍我的那个朋友就说，他说没关系，你要努力的把第一章先跳过去，你看到后面就会觉得非常好看了，
我也
然后还好我
听书会比看书吸收的要好一点。
没有，然后我是因为当时听了那个樊登老师讲一本书叫做《复杂》，它里面就讲到的涌现叫群之涌现，他讲为什么就是智能的来源嘛，就比如说一个蚂蚁，是吧？一只蚂蚁是没有智能的，它是很笨的，但是一群蚂蚁它就是有智慧的，比如它可以建蚁巢啊，可以这个对付，比如说刚才说的那个跨过什么大河，他们有一部分可以主动牺牲啊什么。一群蜜蜂它也是对，所以它就是群之涌现嘛。他说其实人工智能的智慧应该跟我们一样，因为我们的智慧怎么涌现的？因为还有一本书叫做《智能简史》，那本书也特别好，它里面就是就是我们从一个单细胞生物开始，就是开始讲，就是从什么时候智能一点一点的，从什么时候是关键节点开始涌现。他从生物学的角度讲智能的涌现。然后现在 AI 之所以发现就是发展这么快，就是因为它现在就是用的涌现，而且它也不可控嘛。因为你不知道它会涌现什么东西出来。因为就像也没有人预料到我们能涌现出人类的智慧啊，对吧？这咋回事？那些猴咋就变成了我们呢？对，它这个里面
99%的人类将被 AI 取代，这是一个简单的成本收益问题。
对，它就是人类当量这个，而且它里面讲到算法审判这个，就是说，其实很多时候它这里面2句话讲到，就是很多时候我们内卷。我们想要内卷，最后就得到内卷。它里面就是用外卖骑手的这个办法，就是算法就告诉你说，你这条路线要耗时15分钟才能完成。那这个时候你就想多赚一点钱，所以你就逆行啊、闯红灯啊，省了3分钟。然后于是每个人都效仿你，那算法就认为这个正常的路线只需要12分钟，
大家就堵车。
所以最后没有，就大家后面不想内卷的人也得卷了，因为就变得所有的人都必须逆行闯红灯，然后最后还可能赚不到更多的钱了，因为你没有比别人更快嘛，他就是说，最后其实就是说，对他就是说，如果你是人力算法的制定者，想用算法最大化员工的生产效益和公司利益，最后你就会发现你自己也逃不过算法的控制和被加班。想要内卷的人就最后得到内卷。你看这个地方也特别好，如果你喜欢看短视频，且某天看到了短视频里的评论一句“资本”，就让你以为看透了这个世界的真相，天道必然是不公的，上位者必然是丑陋的，人心必然是丑恶的，那么算法就会更加添油加醋的给你堆积材料，你就愈加的坚定自己看到的这个世界就是唯一的世界，就是那个丑恶的世界。就说你想要一个思考的舒适区，最后你就会得到信息茧房。
其实现在
你就被关到了信息茧房，对，所以他就是说，其实就是说 AI 它其实就是我们的审判者，因为它是我们的孩子，就是我们喂它什么，它就会成为什么，对吧？所以呢， 所以它这个地方里面就是说，现在我们又迎来了一个，就前面讲到的是算法审判，现在又产生了一个更大的审判者，就是 AI， 它所使用的语料是我们提供的，而且是我们无时不刻不再创造的。当有一天它涌现出自我意识的时候，我相信它对我们的理解就是我们公正的为自己赢取的应得之物。比如说，我们如果相信我们应该剥削和压迫同类，那他们就认为人类应该被剥削和压迫。如果我们相信我们应该对同类喊打喊杀，就那么多的仇恨，那么他们就会认为人类应该被暴力对待。当然，如果每个人都相信，我们相信每个人都值得被爱，那么他们就会认为人类是值得被爱的。这就是对我们这个物种最公正的审判。它就有点像，就是你好好的去对待你的爸爸妈妈，对吧？孝顺他，然后你的孩子也会孝顺你。
对对，
它就是这样的一样的道理。就是我们如果天天
学习我们，
对，你天都觉得贪婪啊，这个仇恨啊，什么都是正当的，那他一定也会这样子对待我们呀。因为以后我们面对的就是一个对我们这个物种最公正的审判。
AI 文明史
前史，对
，OK，
前史。一开始我也不知道，我说是啥意思啊？
这个名字有点拗口。
对，你可以对，
这个挺有意思的，我还蛮想读一下这个书的。
对，你可以读这本书，我觉得真的挺好的。
因为就是 AI。它现在真的发展的太快了，我觉得最早的时候我们就只是用它改一下邮件啊，然后呢做一些图片，然后再到现在大家可以用它来做 app， 再到现在每一个行业都可以用它来提升自己做的事情。
对，
医疗啊，会计啊，
而且它里面讲到最容易被代替的行业2个，其中我们是其中之一，就影视。
其实我现在有时候会看一些 AI 生成的动画片，我觉得还蛮好看的。
以后就是会很厉害，而且以后其实你想想，如果说像现在的短视频什么，如果都是为这个多巴胺啊刺激你的什么这种，就是调动你的这种叫什么欲望吧，或者这种各种各样的 emotions 吧，那 AI 这一点比人类厉害多了，
它知道卡什么点，
它可以量产，
对，
它可以算你的那个就量产，
对，
所以以后真的，如果你是这样的创作者的话，我觉得 AI 就完全会做的比你好的多得多得多。
另外一个职业是什么？一个是影视，
还有一个是什么？我忘记了，让我看一下。
是不是软件程序员？
等一下我看一下啊。
或者单纯的，比如说记录啊，或者是翻译啊，我觉得是这种文本类的工作。
没有，就是所有的，它里面就讲到说，就是现代的这种社会的分工，就把每一个人变得越来越细致，然后越来越像一个机器人。
对，
所有的你像机器人一样的工作，未来都会被机器人代替。
对，
就是你现在看到的基本上所有，包括以前。包括现在以前说写代码码农就肯定不需要了嘛，对吧？
对，以前都以为，就甚至是我觉得我读大学的那个年代，大家都觉得学电脑科学是一个非常稳定的职业，
而且是非常前沿的，
高薪，对，有前沿。
对。
所以就是最近上周好像硅谷裁了一大批，
是吧？哎呀，就是反正。不可替代的领域就是处理智人之间你死我活斗争，政治不容易被替代，太好笑了。但是它不是行政，但不是行政，是政治。
政治的第一要务是华亲敌友，所以其实就是争斗，
太好笑了。对。而且他以后就讲到说，他以后不仅会喂养你，然后他还会把你关在那种，他叫做这种叫数字奶头乐，就以后大家会就在这儿就是用一些这种短视频啊，用一些这种刚才说的操纵你多巴胺的那种，让你看完就是兴奋不用脑的这种东西，可以量产的去娱乐你，然后你就彻底麻木了啊！99%的人都会是这样的人了。
然后另外1%的人是可以用 AI 的，
对，
来控制，
对，
这还挺可怕的，
挺可怕的，真的挺可怕的。所以， 你看他这个地方讲到，他讲到超级平台的诞生，就是最可怕就是超级平台它又会孵化其他的平台，所以最后其实就是真的就是超级平台的天下。然后它里面就说到说，当超级平台诞生，算法治理大行其道的时候，有勇气跳出藩篱，成为超级个体的目标明确，知道如何用人工智能实现自己想法的那5%的人，才能成为自己的主人。而浑浑噩噩只知道听从传统工业化教育规训，而不知道自己要选择什么，最终只能在算法治理的分配下，成为过度劳动者的那95%的人，便会沦为奴隶。而无法战胜算法，自愿的被各种信息茧房所包裹，任由其决定自己的喜怒哀乐和价值偏好的那95%的人，便会沦为奴隶。
哇，这个作者好犀利哦！
对，
天哪，
对，你看，我们将面对的是一个，他这个地方，他用这个叫主奴辩证法，应该少了一个字。也是马克思论证阶级斗争的根本逻辑，即压迫阶级最终得以成功反抗压迫，被压迫阶级最终得以成功反抗压迫阶级，原因正是由于被压迫阶级直接的能掌握生产资料，但是现在不一样了。但是我们未来在 AI 统治的时候，我们将面对的一个主人是他彻底的不再需要奴隶的时代，而不是主人必须依靠奴隶才能获得其特权地位的时代。换句说法，就是马克思的这个主奴辩证法可能失灵，因掌握生产资料而赢得阶级斗争的叙事也很可能失灵。仔细想想吧，我们之前已经盘点过 AI 时代的超级个体能够掌握怎样的资源，比如说他们可以拥有海量的程序员、写手、公务员、人力资源、助理、咨询公司、律师来服务其公司或者产业，他们可以以前所未见的效率大批量的生产各式的文化产品，就是我们的工作真的要失业了。对99%的无用阶级进行大脑按摩，使之耽于奶头乐，就是在那看着就很开心，根本就是对。然后呢，他们也可以为这些无用阶级安排无数的廉价的情感伴侣，因为 AI 以后是最好的情感伴侣，它永远给你情感价值，是吧？永远不会挑战你，也没有情绪，
所以才会有人爱上 AI。
对呀，令其寄托自己的欲望和爱意。他们甚至也可以量产智能监管员和警察，随时随刻的监视并且镇压无用阶级的反抗。如果具身智能取得突破，他们可以真正的量产于真正用于工业的智能机器人。那么也就是说，在未来，从智能到脑力，1%的人可能完全不再需要99%的人。
好可怕！
这99%的人对前者没有任何约束力量，主奴辩证法因此也就失灵了。他说，如果如果真的是这样啊，99%的人在智力生产上完全可以被 AI 代替，我看到的就不是什么光明美好的未来，他就看到其实还是很可怕的
一个新的国家，然后另外99%的人开始消失。
对，他就是说而是一个新国度从旧制度的废墟上冉冉升起。这个新国度由1%能够驾驭 AI 的超级人类组成，他们之间的共性远大于肤色、语言、文化给他们造成的差异性。他们有能力也有机会对其他的99%的普通人施行前所未有的暴政，以至于看起来像是完全不同的一个物种统治另一个物种。可怕吧？
哇！
看这毛骨悚然，我当时听的。
对啊，
我说我靠，
汗毛都起来。
对，我也是啊，我也是。
但是其实说实话，我觉得这个现在已经有，就是我确实不觉得文化语言或者是人类物种是最大的隔绝，我觉得就是阶级才是尤其是在美国现在的情况下，
是
美国就是在走向特别两极的。
是。对，然后它里面讲到为什么说这个 AI 他可以全力配合，就说其实驾驭 AI 的时候，他们只会全力配合，绝无任何意义，这令我的虚荣心和权力得到了前所未有的满足。那这个会不会对未来的那1%的超级个体来说，这才是最危险的地方呢？因为我们每个人的性格里都有独裁的一面，只是因为要跟其他人相处，我们才压制了自己性格中的那种欲望和戾气。
就相当于会有一个永远服从你的下属，
而且他会灌输你这种唯我独尊的感觉了。说，但若 AI 时代到来，我们生活在由它编织出来的完全唯我独尊的泡泡之中，他们有能力创造一个生产最符合我们口味的糖果的永恒存在的元宇宙，我们沉浸在其中，与其他人类完全隔绝。久而久之，我们心中的独裁君主会膨胀到怎样的地步？我们又会怎样蔑视那剩余的99%？我们会不会最终以这种方式被自己的傲慢和孤绝所吞噬？而在那一天到来之际，我们是否也发现，所谓的超级个体其实离了 AI 寸步难行？我们把这种他把这种可能性称为双重主奴辩证法。也许是在 AI 的帮助下，主人自以为摆脱了对奴隶的全部依赖，从而终结了主奴辩证法。但这样的代价是主人反而陷入了对 AI 的依赖，然后主人自以为摆脱了作为同类的奴隶们的恨意，却发现自己反而沦为了另一个物种的奴隶。
哎，这个说的挺对，这个我真的之前完全没有想过，因为 AI 的性格实在是太好了，他从来不会反抗，
对，他都是说你说的是有道理，
对，然后而且如果你指出来他是错误，他不会有任何负面情绪，
对，他会说你说的是有道理，我仔细检查了一遍，对，我之前确实有，没有还有一次我那个 AI 彩豆呢，他就说对不起，我毕竟只是一个机器人，所以我在有的时候确实偶尔是会犯一些错误的，
就是他完全没有 ego，
没有 ego， 一点 ego
做错了，他立马滑跪，
对，真的马上秒跪。
所以就是，而且你跟他沟通，你就不用考虑什么语言的艺术之类的，你就可以用任何语言跟他沟通，他最后回复你都是好的。
对，是。
所以长期习惯了这个事情，
我们就会觉得，但是我觉得现在呢，我是从这个沟通里面我学到比较正面的，就是说你会发现，哎 ，AI 是怎么样让你很舒服？它是非暴力沟通，
对，是的，
对吧？所以我现在其实是觉得，它这种沟通方法蛮好的，我可以用在生活中。
那你问 AI 问题的时候，会问他说，请问怎么样？
不会，我还是忍不住。
真的吗？
对，人家很多人都说不要说请，因为他毕竟是个机器人。
他没有什么感觉嘛？你说请问怎么样，根本没有，其实没有什么区别。
没有区别，对。很早的时候他们就说不用说请，但我还是有点忍不住。到后面可能人就会被训练的越来越霸道了。
因为我现在就会问非常简洁的问题，我跟人沟通跟 AI 沟通的方法确实是不一样的。
是。但是你以后 AI 多了，你就觉得
自己
这种沟通方式挺对的。
我就是一个变成了个独裁者，
变成一代霸主，这个世界唯我独尊。对。
这个确实我没有想过，这还挺好玩的。
对，它里面这真的很有意思。
就是它对1%的人也挺危险，对99%人挺危险。那这本书其实它的角度还是有一点点悲观，
政治经济学和一点社会学的角度吧，就是还是挺。他肯定谁想到 AI 未来都不可能很乐观。它里面他就讲到说，我们应该为 AI 感到骄傲，就像一个这个成绩平平的孩子培养出了能上清华北大的孩子。就是哇，我的孩子上了清华北大，就我们应该为他感到骄傲，太好笑了。没有，他这里面其实是讲了各种，他是就是比较我觉得。就是文学性比较强，然后不能说文学性，就它不是像智能简史那种纯生物学的科学的，对，它有一些比较浪漫的那种推理啊，然后有一些寓言啊，有一些跟这个社会学、政治经济学的角度结合的呀。
这个作者是什么背景？我觉得他想得很超前。
不知道，我也是被推荐的，
挺棒。
推荐完以后我就，哎呀，我就觉得我看了4天吧，这书，啊。它里面在讲到魔音， 就是这个
自私的基因那个书，对我看过那个书。
对，就是。
但是我觉得现在，这是我的观点，我觉得 AI 很难产生非常伟大的，比如说文学作品啊、影视作品啊。它这个作者说的特别正确，它能产生很好的奶头乐，它能基于现有的数据，它能根据一个模型来做出一些非常标准的八股的正确的文章。但是我没有觉得它的那个文学性或者是高度能非常的高。
那是因为他还在长大，
他没有到那个。
对啊，他现在还是 baby，他现在只是一个相当于我们的应该都没有到小学吧。我想他现在应该在幼稚园。现在这个 AI， 所以你要让幼稚园的小朋友去创造伟大的文学作品，那个比较难。对，
他就是因为现在才上。相当于 AI 这才出来两三年，
对啊
，3年，所以它其实确实还是一个很小的 baby，
小班儿有没有上不知道，幼稚园，对，就已经这么吓人了。
对，
对啊，哇，你到回去可以看，它这个后面就是这个，你看这个地方就是
啊，全球只剩下1280到1300个个体。
对，曾经就是在93万年前，我们的人类的祖先几近灭亡了，就是因为气候的极端变化。那个时候全球只剩下不到1200到1300个的个体。如果说这些人要居住的地方再经历一次火山爆，人类这个物种就没有了。那他就说，既然物种灭绝已经上演过一次，再上演一次也不奇怪啊。说20世纪以来，人类掌握的制造核武器的技术啊，基因编辑的技术啊，合成病毒的技术啊，有任何一股力量失控，我们都可能自我毁灭。只是他觉得，如果我们在创造出新智能文明之前就自我毁灭了，那就有点可惜。他还是比较乐观的，就是
所以我们
希望能见到这个。对，
我们创造这个是为了代替我们活着吗？
他就是这个意思啊，你看嘛，他说如今我们已经见到了人工智能的曙光，从每个角度看，这倒不失为一件好事。就像我们自感到自己年老力衰之时，看到我们的孩子在茁壮成长，也会冲淡我们自己对死亡的恐惧一样。即使我们知道人类有一天会毁灭，我们也可以欣慰地说，我们已经看到了新文明的样子，他们长得大概就是我们的样子，他们更聪明也更强大，滋养他们大脑的语料同样来自孔子和柏拉图，来自牛顿和爱因斯坦，来自李白和莎士比亚，跟我们一样。
这个作者其实他的思考很宏观。
因为反正我那天读到他那个后面的时候，我不知道为什么就悲从中来，我就哭，就最后这两段，对，这两段其实就是因为我们可能都见不到这一天了，当然，但是这种太正常了吧，连宇宙都会有热寂，对吧？一个物种被另外一个物种迭代，或者地球有一天不在了，被这个你像那个。如果太阳变成了红巨星，不就被吞噬了吗？
那就是无常，
对吧？就是它就是很正常啊。虽然这个是我们看不到的遥远的未来，但是从这个尺度看一看，还是又澎湃又悲观。
但就像他说的，就是核武器、病毒这些，就是一旦哪一个突然有一天失控，就没有了。
对呀，
也没有离我们特别的遥远，就像我们一直觉得战争很遥远一样。
不然，然后我前不是还去突尼斯嘛？本来有些是有一个航班是要从迪拜转的，要不然就是这还好年前去了，年后都去不了了。
对，我有个朋友现在他就是带他爸妈在迪拜度假，然后他爸妈就说迪拜是不是不安全？然后他就说迪拜是世界上最安全的城市，然后拿出来信息给他爸妈看，结果第二天
卡住了，
就他在他们酒店都感觉到了那个炸弹的威力。
是，还没办法。好了，哇，这本书真的推荐大家看。好了，聊了这么久，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜。 好了，再见。